Chapter 406. David, I know you have your own life, but you have to stay alive. This is the only thing I ask of you. Hans looked at David and made his request. Father, I will definitely stay alive. Actually, I am not in any danger out there. David smiled and comforted Hans. David did not know how much Hans knew about his past, but he did not want Hans to worry too much. I heard that you have become a sniper master. Haha, my son has become a sniper master. Hans changed the topic and laughed. Hans was originally a sniper Kaji. However, due to his serious injuries, he could no longer continue to be a sniper Kaji. Instead, he became a government official in a small city on planet Monolith. Hans placed great importance on sniping. After learning that David had the talent for sniping, he recorded all of his experiences into an instructional video and taught it to David. David's growth was beyond his expectations. When he first heard that David had become a sniper master, he ignored his health and drank all night. That happy mood lasted for many days. Father, I have brought back a potion that can regrow your broken limbs. You will be able to live a normal life soon. David looked at Hans's happy expression and could not wait to tell Hans the good news. You should not delay your training because of me. If you exchange the potion for your training resources, you will be able to go further. Hans knew how precious a potion that could regrow Kaji's broken limbs was. Even if he was a nation knight, he would not be able to get his hands on such a potion. Actually, I have something to tell you. I have a fixed asset management company on planet Lunka in the Ilidia star sector. I have more than 200 billion in funds and tens of billions in fixed assets under my name. I have 5% of the profits from the Slaw Combat Academy on the Guardian planet. This is enough for my training resources. David did not hide his wealth from Hans and said with a smile. Hans was speechless at David's wealth. It had only been a short time since he left, but not only had his strength increased rapidly, even his wealth had reached such a level. With David's current wealth, even the biggest financial group on planet Monolith might not be as wealthy as David. All right, I accept your offer. Hans no longer resisted David after learning about his wealth. With David's wealth, he did not need to worry about training resources. Hans himself wanted to recover as soon as possible so that he would no longer need to live with artificial limbs. Father, come with me. David immediately said to Hans when Hans agreed. The two of them walked out of the house. David opened the cabin door of the high-speed spaceship and invited Hans in. David, this spaceship is not as good as the one you left behind. Hans said with a smile as he walked into the high-speed spaceship and saw the layout inside. You've made an error in judgment. David shook his head and said with a smile. He pointed at the not-so-luxurious interior of the spaceship and said, This is the Transcendence spaceship. Although it doesn't look as luxurious as the Titan S-600 on the surface, the technology inside is on a completely different level. Hans was stunned. He immediately thought of the few Transcendent that David had killed. He wondered which Transcendent spaceship had fallen into David's hands. He began to look at the spaceship seriously and immediately found something unusual. The alloy used in this spaceship was very high grade. It was comparable to the alloy used in the high-grade warships used by the military. Moreover, the space inside was obviously a little small, indicating that other equipment had been installed that had special effects. David did not disturb Hans. He went to the side of the genetic repair cabin and changed the genetic repair fluid. Then, he took out the Kaji limb rebirth potion from the Anurin Transcendent and poured it into the genetic repair fluid. Father, the potion is ready. You can start the treatment, David said to Hans. Hans looked serious. He went to the front of the genetic repair cabin and looked at the potion inside. There was a hint of nervousness in his eyes. Thinking of his body that was about to recover, he had a feeling that he was about to be reborn. After David brought the holy water of youth last time, the internal injuries that were difficult to heal had been healed. His previously weak body had also recovered. Today, David brought back the Kaji Limb rebirth potion again, giving his body a chance to fully recover. Hans took off his clothes and removed the prosthetic arm that he had never taken off in front of others. He nodded to David and entered the genetic repair cabin. David stood outside the genetic repair cabin. He had to see Hans recover with his own eyes to be at ease. In the genetic repair cabin, the inside of Hans' severed limb was constantly squirming under the skin. Then, the severed limb kept growing. The energy in the genetic repair fluid was constantly being absorbed and turned into nutrients for the severed limb's growth. This potion from the Sela Star region was very magical. In just a short hour, Hans in the genetic repair cabin had a complete left arm and leg again. If the new left arm and leg were not whiter than the rest of the skin, like the skin of a newborn baby, it would be impossible to tell that it was a newly grown arm and leg. Hans walked out of the genetic repair cabin. He looked at his newly grown arm and leg and waved his arms and legs vigorously, feeling the new limbs. David, if you give me an exoskeleton armor and a sniper rifle, I think I can still fight, Hans said with his eyes full of excitement. Father, I've already prepared them for you. David smiled as he pulled over 2 metal boxes from the side and pointed at them. After Hans knew about David's wealth, there was no need for him to be polite with David. Besides, it was his son's things, so what if he used them? Therefore, he came in front of the metal boxes and opened one of them. He saw an exoskeleton armor loading box. David, isn't it too extravagant to wear this out in battle? Hans turned to David and said helplessly. This was because this was a limited edition exoskeleton armor. Not to mention the performance of this exoskeleton armor, as a limited edition exoskeleton armor, its performance had almost reached the peak of exoskeleton armor of the same model. Let's talk about the value of this limited edition exoskeleton armor. This exoskeleton armor could be exchanged for 10 exoskeleton armors among exoskeleton armor enthusiasts. Kaji, as a profession that everyone was passionate about, made exoskeleton armor the most sought-after collector's items. In particular, the limited edition exoskeleton armors of some large companies were even more precious. Of course, this was the collection of the Castle Transcendent. It was impossible for there to be an inferior item in this collection. Father, we can afford to be extravagant now. David smiled as if he had suddenly become rich. However, it was only on the surface. This was because in his heart, all wealth was illusory. Otherwise, with 200 billion credits, he would not have to risk his life at all. 200 billion credits would be enough for him to live a rich life for the rest of his life. Okay, I'll be extravagant too. Hans could not help but laugh as well. He picked up the exoskeleton armor in his hand. He had said that he did not want it before, but as a former Kaji, how could he not be tempted after seeing this kind of top-grade exoskeleton armor? The exoskeleton armor you gave me is already so luxurious. What grade of weapon is this? Hans looked curiously at the long metal box on the side, and said as he opened it. However, when he opened the long metal box, his expression became serious. This is the Godolphin's Fury you used? Hans asked softly as he gently stroked the sniper rifle inside. Only a Kaji sniper could understand the quality of a sniper rifle. This Godolphin's Fury was a treasure among sniper rifles that were naturally eye-catching. The legendary Godolphin's Fury, the last masterpiece of the gun master Godolphin, was the dream of any sniper master. Yes. Do you like it? David said with a smile. You gave it to me. What about you? Hans was a little reluctant to let go, but he insisted. I'm now using a sniper rifle specially made for sniper masters. This Godolphin's Fury has been with me for a long time. It can still be useful if you use it, David explained with a smile. Yes, you're already a sniper master, Hans said as the fondness in his eyes grew. He even put aside the other exoskeleton armor in his hand and only looked at the Godolphin's fury. David understood how Hans felt. He did not say anything and just looked at Hans. In fact, David did not say anything. For example, Hans and his stepmother Bertha's hotel had received a large sum of capital and even received help from many companies in various aspects. These were all orders from David. With the amount of assets managed by Master Seeley and Master Alva, it was a piece of cake for them to take care of a hotel in a small city on planet Monolith. David would not tell Hans about this help. He would not give his wealth to Bertha and his brother Eddie. Unless he died in a battle somewhere, this huge amount of assets would automatically be transferred to Hans's name. This was because the two asset managers who had a sole contract with him would also die because of his death. David had been walking on the edge of life and death, so he had already made arrangements for some things. Huh! David suddenly turned his head and looked outside. He sensed a spaceship approaching. The shadow attendant flew out of the cabin and saw the familiar black spaceship. It was his teacher, Galen Transcendent's Black Phantom. "What's the matter?" Hans, who was awakened by David's shout, turned his head and asked. "Uncle Galen is here," David replied with a smile. You didn't go and see your teacher first. Instead, you made him come and see you first." Hans shook his head and scolded. David shrugged helplessly. He was also going to see Galen Transcendent, but he was going to do it after everything here was over. Just in time. "I'll let him see my new exoskeleton armor and sniper rifle." Hans's expression changed immediately, and he said with a hint of pride on his face. After that, Hans put on the exoskeleton armor, carried Godolphin's Fury on his back, waved at David, and got off the spaceship together. The Black Phantom was parked not far away. As there was no empty space in front of David's house, the Black Phantom stopped across the road. At this moment, Galen Transcendent was getting off the Black Phantom. He saw Hans, who was wearing the exoskeleton armor and carrying Godolphin's Fury on his back at first glance. The shock on Galen Transcendent's face could not be hidden because this meant that Hans' body had recovered. How could Hans' injuries recover so easily? If it was so easy to recover, he would have gotten the medicine for Hans a long time ago. Galen Transcendent turned to look at David. Without asking, he knew that Hans' recovery had something to do with David. "Galen, what do you think of my exoskeleton armor? And this sniper rifle, do you recognize it?" After greeting Galen with a smile, Hans began to show the equipment on his body. At this moment, Hans felt like he had returned to the time when he was young. His injuries had been removed, and his youth had returned to him. Galen Transcendent saw the equipment on Hans and could not help but exclaim in shock, "High's limited edition exoskeleton armor, Godolphin's Fury. David has put all his wealth on you." It was important to note that Galen Transcendent's own transcendent armor was only made of second-grade materials, and his weapon was also a second-grade weapon. The value of this armor was almost the same as the one on Hans, or even less. "This is nothing compared to David's wealth," Hans replied with a smile. He turned to David and said, "David, don't you want to prepare a gift for your teacher?" "Uncle Galen, I've prepared a gift for you too," David said with a smile. He then pointed at the high-speed spaceship and said, "It's right here. Come on in. This is the Esmond Transcendent spaceship, right? Everyone in the War Zone Transcendent has heard about it," Galen Transcendent said with a smile as he looked at the spaceship parked in front of him. Galen Transcendent was very proud that his disciple had killed the Esmond Transcendent and taken the spaceship for himself. It was even rumored that the destruction of Badu energy was related to David. In the war zone, only the strong were worthy of respect. The weak were not worthy of sympathy when they were bullied. "Uncle Galen, if you like it, I'll give it to you," David said casually. In fact, this high-speed spaceship was of limited use to David. He just did not send his spaceship to the Guardian planet. With his wealth, it was not difficult for him to send the Thunder Snake modified spaceship over. It would only take him about 10 days at most. The mini-planet destroyer cannon and 10 Gaussian cannons on the Thunder Snake modified spaceship were enough for him to kill any level 3 Zerg easily with his current strength. This was also why he was so eager to send the Thunder Snake modified spaceship over. David was already prepared to do so. Although the high-speed spaceship was not bad, it did not have any attack power. This made David, who liked to fight, very uncomfortable. "I don't need it. I have Black Phantom," Transcendent Galen rejected with a smile. Black Phantom was his spaceship and also his pride. He might not be as good as the other Transcendent in terms of armor and weapons, but he was not bad when it came to spaceships. Chapter 407. The Galen Transcendent looked at David's high-speed spaceship with admiration. He only admired this kind of spaceship that focused on speed, but he did not agree with it. In a war zone, a spaceship with no combat power could not satisfy the needs of battle. Hans was also very curious about what gift David had prepared for the Galen Transcendent. Although the Galen Transcendent was not rich, he was still a true Transcendent. Normal items would not catch his eye. David did not say anything. He also took out 2 metal boxes that he had prepared from a cabinet on the side and pushed them in front of the Galen Transcendent. "Let me see what the gift is." The Galen Transcendent smiled as he lifted one of the metal boxes. He felt it for a moment with a puzzled look in his eyes before he placed it on the table. When he lifted it, he felt that the weight of the item in the metal box was a little familiar. He had some guesses in his heart, and even his movements became more careful. The Galen Transcendent did not even dare to breathe loudly for fear of affecting the item in the box. He knew that if it was the item he wanted, even if he slashed it with his weapon with all his might, it would not hurt the item. When the metal box was opened, a green light immediately appeared. The Galen Transcendent saw a folded Transcendent armor. "David, this is too precious. You will need it in the future. I can't take this." The Galen Transcendent did not take a closer look at the Transcendent armor. He was afraid that if he looked at it too much, he would not be able to bear to let it go. Therefore, he slammed the box and said in a deep voice, "Uncle Galen, I actually kept one for myself too. It's even better than this one," David said with a smile, as he felt the Galen Transcendent's love for him. "Galen, the child gave it to you. Just take it. You are a Transcendent and you wear a Transcendent armor made of grade 2 materials every day. Even I feel embarrassed for you," Hans advised from the side. "Hans, do you know how precious this grade 3 Transcendent armor is? It's not something that can be bought with credits." The Galen Transcendent turned to Hans and said, "So what if it's precious? David already said that he has another one. Are you going to let him sell this Transcendent armor when you don't even have one grade 3 Transcendent armor?" Hans said with a glare. "Uncle Galen, Father said that if he knew that I sold the Transcendent armor and didn't let you use it, he would kill me," said with a smile. "All right." Transcendental Garen didn't hold back anymore, as long as it didn't affect David. He opened the metal box again and picked up the Transcendent armor with one hand. Then, a trace of Transcendent power entered it, and the Transcendent armor instantly covered his entire body. Every time David saw the all-green Transcendent armor, he felt a little uncomfortable. In his mind, green clothes were fine, but even the hat on his head was green. He couldn't accept it. David was a little worried. He would become a Transcendent one day. Would he also have to wear the green Transcendent armor after he became a Transcendent? The Galen Transcendent looked at the Transcendent armor on his body and laughed loudly. "This set is so cool. When I go back, I'll show it to my old friends and make them jealous." The Monolith planet was a peripheral planet in the war zone. It had the least resources and was the weakest in terms of combat power. There weren't many rank 2 insectoids here, So although there were 6 Transcendent guarding the planet, these 6 Transcendent didn't even have a rank 3 Transcendent armor, let alone a rank 3 weapon. This was the normal state of many Transcendent without resources and background. It didn't mean that one could have everything after becoming a Transcendent. It was easy for a Transcendent to obtain credits, but credits could only improve the life of a Transcendent. None of the Transcendent equipment could be purchased with credit. Of course, if a Transcendent sold themselves to a large organization and gave up their freedom, they could still obtain decent Transcendent equipment. For example, the Transcendent Esmond and the Transcendent Edwin that David had killed were Transcendent. They had been sent to the Guardian planets to carry out assassination missions against their will and were killed by David instead. These Transcendent who had sold their freedom had to pay a price after receiving benefit. Sometimes the price was their lives. The 6 Transcendent on the Monolith planet belonged to different organizations, but since the Monolith planet itself wasn't strong, there were fewer restrictions and fewer resources. There's another one here. I was lucky enough to find one that suits you, David said with a smile as he pointed at another metal box. David, don't tell me you've prepared a level 3 Warhammer for me, Transcendent Galen said jokingly. Although the Transcendent armor was precious, many organizations could provide it to the Transcendent. Even Transcendent Galen's stockpile of level 3 materials was almost half of what it needed to make a Transcendent armor. The main material for the Transcendent armor was not a lot of level 3 materials. The most important thing was the technology for the Transcendent armor. However, the manufacturing of the Transcendent armor only required credits to hire a specialized government department to help with the manufacturing. This was one of the benefits of the Transcendent. Therefore, although the level 3 Transcendent armor was precious, there was still a limit to how much it could be used. However, a Tier 3 Warhammer was different. A Warhammer was a heavy weapon and required a lot of materials to craft. It could be said that most Transcendents who joined large organizations would be lucky if they could obtain a Tier 3 longsword or a light weapon. It was almost impossible for them to obtain a Tier 3 heavy weapon. Transcendent Galen's hand that was opening the metal box paused when he saw the serious expression on David's face. Really? Transcendent Galen exerted force and opened the metal box, revealing the level 3 Warhammer inside. This time, even Hans sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a true rank 3 Warhammer, a treasure that could make any Transcendent risk their lives to obtain it. David, you learned how to use Warhammers from me. You should be able to use this level 3 Warhammer, right? Even if you're afraid of being targeted, you can keep it for now and use it when you become a Transcendent. I don't need such a good weapon on planet Monolith. Transcendent Galen's eyes flashed with emotion as he said in a low voice, Uncle Galen, I'm sorry. I didn't learn how to use Warhammers well. My strongest weapon now is the heavy axe, and I've reached the peak of master level. Also, I kept a level 3 heavy axe for myself. You can keep this Warhammer for now, David said a little embarrassedly. The first weapon he used was the Storm Warhammer technique. He learned from Galen Transcendent, but now he had to say that his best weapon was the heavy axe in front of Galen Transcendent. Tell me, how many Transcendent did you kill to get so much loot? Transcendent Galen looked at the level 3 Warhammer speechlessly. After hearing that David also had a level 3 heavy axe, his excitement towards the level 3 Warhammer decreased a lot. I killed about 5, David said after thinking for a while. David was the one who got rid of the Transcendent Archie. He was the one who tracked down the Transcendent Archie and forced him to have no way to escape. In the end, he died in the mouth of the insectoids. But in reality, Archie was also killed by David. However, David didn't count him as a Transcendent. He only counted the Transcendent that he personally killed. Transcendent Galen and Hans looked at each other with shock in their eyes. What did it mean to kill 5 Transcendent? Just by looking at the Transcendent equipment David took out, They knew that the transcendent that he killed wasn't a simple transcendent. How could a transcendent with a level 3 heavy weapon be simple? David, I regret letting you walk the path of Kaji. Maybe you can become a scientist or a government official by relying on your ability to learn. Plus, Hans gave you the title of National Scholar. It's enough for you to live a stable life. Transcendent Galen said with a bitter smile. Galen, let David walk his own path. Didn't we do the same in the past? Hans said in a deep voice, although he was also worried. We weren't as arrogant as him back then. Back then, our legs would go soft whenever we heard the name Transcendent. Look at him, he killed so many Transcendent. Transcendent Galen said with a shrug. After Transcendental Galen finished speaking, he picked up his level 3 warhammer and lightly swung it a few times. At this moment, his eyes were filled with intoxication. Ever since he became a Transcendent, he rarely used his warhammer. This was because a second-grade warhammer didn't increase his combat strength much. On the other hand, a second-grade longsword could increase his speed. His main enemies were the level 2 insectoid. The small number of level 3 insectoids that the level 3 Transcendent Galen and the 5th Space Fleet Transcendent Galen went together. Transcendent Galen pondered for a moment and said, David, my old friends will be envious if I wear the level 3 Transcendent armor, but if I use this level 3 warhammer, they will only be jealous. Do you want to take it back? That's easy. David turned around and went to the cabinet after hearing Transcendent Galen's words. After a while, he took out a sheathed longsword and tossed it to Transcendent Galen. You can use this level 3 longsword as usual, and use this level 3 warhammer when necessary. You have the spatial bracers anyway, so no one will know even if you don't want them to know, David said with a smile. Transcendent Galen caught the level 3 longsword David tossed to him and pulled it out. Looking at the green blade, he couldn't help but wonder if he was a Transcendent. David hadn't been out for long, but he had already brought back so much Transcendent equipment. The problem was that the equipment that Transcendent Galen saw as very valuable was just superfluous to David. Transcendent Galen let out a long sigh and said in a deep voice, I won't ask if you have any extra level 3 longswords. I'll be taking all of this equipment. Hans was afraid that Transcendent Galen would apply to go to planet Battlestar after receiving this equipment, so he reminded him, Galen, your combat strength has increased. It's best if you don't take any risk. You're not young anymore. Transcendent Galen said with a smile, Don't worry, I'll always stay on planet Boulder. This is David's home, so I'll protect this place and you well. Hans also laughed and said, Who needs your protection? I've also recovered. I have the exoskeleton armor on me. It's enough to protect myself. The three of them returned to their home from the high-speed spaceship. David listened to the two old soldiers talk about the battles of the past. He sat to the side and listened, interjecting from time to time. This rare reunion with his family made David cherish it very much. David looked at the time and said with a smile, Father, Uncle Galen, let's have dinner here tonight. Transcendent Galen smiled and nodded in agreement. All right, I can have a drink with Hans. It's been a long time since we've had a drink together. Transcendent Galen replied with a laugh. You might be a transcendent, but I've never been afraid of you when it comes to drinking. Hans did not drink before, not because he could not hold his liquor, but because his body was weak. Now that his body had fully recovered, his strong body reminded him of the time when he was in the military camp. David stood up and said, Then I'll go cook. I'll let you have a taste of my cooking. Although no one had lived in the house for a long time, the AI butler Emma kept everything in the kitchen in tip-top condition. As for the ingredients, they were all in the vegetable cultivation base in the basement. This was Planet Boulder, so natural ingredients were not easy to buy. The vegetable cultivation base in the basement was very comprehensive. David asked the shadow attendant to take out some spices from his spatial item. Most Transcendent probably did not keep any spices in their spatial items. However, David had been on the Guardian planet, and the environment there was worse than here. Naturally, he had prepared more spices, and they came in handy now. As he was cooking for his father and teacher, David put in a lot of effort. Even the red wine he took out was a spoil of war he had obtained from the Transcendent's spatial bracer. Of course, a red wine that could catch the eye of a powerful Transcendent would not be ordinary. Hans's eyes were filled with tears when he tasted David's dish. It wasn't because of the deliciousness of the dishes. Hans was thinking about how much hardship David had suffered outside. That was why David, who didn't know how to cook at all, could cook dishes that surpassed the skills of a chef. Transcendent Galen was also a little speechless. He and Hans loved delicious food, but David's cooking made them feel guilty. It was hard to imagine that a genius like David would spend so much effort on cooking. He probably just wanted to show off in front of them. David did not expect his two family members to think so much. His cooking skills were really just an accident. Dinner was very slow. Galen Transcendent and Hans did not compete in drinking. They wanted to taste David's dishes in their clearest state. They even drank very little of the rare red wine. In this warm atmosphere, Galen Transcendent's identity bracelet suddenly vibrated. He activated it and saw that it was an alert from Skynet. "How dare you?" he said in a deep voice. "What happened?" Hans asked. Skynet found a spaceship entering the atmosphere from outer space. "The target is here," Galen Transcendent said with a cold glint in his eyes. After David became famous outside, Galen Transcendent increased the security level of Perrin City. He did this to prevent people from taking the risk of offending the military and attacking Hans under the premise that they could not do anything to David. Hanses had the title of Nation Knight. Under normal circumstances, there wouldn't be any organization that would dare to make a move against him. However, Extraordinary Galen didn't want such a possibility to appear, so he took precautions in advance. Chapter 408. Transcendent Galen did not expect that the precautions he had taken would not work normally, but when David came back, it worked. Skynet spent a portion of its resources to mark all spaceships that were headed for Perrin City, especially spaceships that came from space and were headed directly for Perrin City. This task cost a lot of Skynet's resources, but it was proposed by Transcendent Galen. At the same time, it was to protect the Nation Knight title holder, and it was related to David, so this proposal was blocked on Monolith. David is in danger? Hans's eyes flashed fiercely as he stood up and asked. Transcendent Galen stopped Hans and said, "You don't have to do anything. With the equipment David gave me, I can guarantee that whoever comes will not be able to return." Hans ignored him. He picked up his exoskeleton armor and began to put it on. Then, he carried Godolphin's wrath on his back. "Father, it's better if you don't get involved. Uncle Galen and I will be fine. If you get involved, I'll be worried," David quickly advised. "That's right. David is a sniper master. Just stay here," Transcendent Galen also said. In an instant, he donned his transcendent armor and wielded a level 3 longsword. He then charged out with large strides. David also began to put on his armor and carried a custom-made sniper rifle on his back. Hans silently touched his exoskeleton armor and Godolphin's wrath. He did not go out. Just as David said, he could not help much even if he went out with his strength. However, he was not someone who could tolerate people bullying his son. He opened his identity bracelet and began to make contact. "David, I'll go intercept that spaceship. You find a sniper position and be ready to support," Transcendent Galen ordered as he rose into the air. Galen Transcendent had the best equipment, especially since he had just promised to protect David's home. Now that someone had come knocking on his door, he only had one thought in mind, and that was to kill the other party, no matter who it was. The Melville Transcendent spaceship was a modified military reconnaissance spaceship. Its performance had been greatly improved, with increased power and more cannon positions. Although it was much smaller than a frigate, its performance was almost the same. When they entered the atmosphere of the monolith star, the spaceship discovered the Skynet scanning, but he didn't care at all. Transcendent Melville was well aware of the power of Monolith. As long as the Fifth Fleet was not alerted, even though there were 6 Transcendent on Monolith, they would not be a threat to him. Therefore, even though the Melville Transcendent knew that the spaceship was being monitored by Skynet, it did not have the intention to avoid the scanning. Instead, it flew directly to the target location. Transcendent Melville did not want to miss such a good opportunity. David had left the Guardian planet and returned to the monolith star. The Tordo Fund had received this information when David had just left the Academy base. Of course, this had something to do with the Tordo Fund's large investment in the Guardian planet. Although the Tordo Fund had many conflicts with Cater Academy, their years of operation had ensured that their marks would not disappear from the Guardian planet in a short period of time. The hatred between the Tordo Fund and David had long been irreconcilable. Archie Transcendent was hunted down and killed largely because of David. The Tordo Fund's biggest suspect in the death of Edwin Transcendent was David as well. Especially after the massacre at Badu Energy, the Tordo Fund no longer had any intention of reconciling with David. The Tordo Fund had even blamed David for the bad blood between them. In addition, David had made many aggressive moves recently, so the Tordo Fund did not dare to let David grow. Looking at the information related to David, no one who had a grudge against David, no matter if it was an individual or a force, had a good ending. The Tordo Fund's goal was to kill David before he could grow. The Melville Transcendent was very strong. He was a very famous Transcendent in the Cater Star sector. His combat power was ranked among the top among the many Transcendent in the Cater Star sector. He had accepted the mission after accepting the Tordo Fund's offer. Of course, the Tordo Fund had paid a hefty price. It was not easy to invite the Melville Transcendent. Although the Tordo Fund worshipped the Transcendent, the other Transcendent's combat power was similar to that of the Edwin Transcendent. In order to not miss this rare opportunity and to kill David, the Tordo Fund had made a big decision and invited the Melville Transcendent, who happened to be free. In order to allow the Melville Transcendent to reach the war zone faster, the Tordo Fund owed them a big favor and used the military's portal to reach Monolith as quickly as possible. A dot of light appeared on the screen in front of the Melville Transcendent. Upon closer inspection, it was a Transcendent wearing a Grade 3 Transcendent armor. The Melville Transcendent was stunned. According to the intelligence, there was no Transcendent on Monolith who had Grade 3 Transcendent armor. The Melville Transcendent did not want to tangle with this Transcendent. He was afraid that David would escape, so he planned to use the ship's weapons system to stall this Transcendent. As long as the ship approached Perrin City, he would be able to find David and kill him. Since it was a scout ship, it did not have a lot of space. Therefore, it was equipped with 1 energy cannon, 5 Gauss cannons, and 30 defensive missiles. Do not allow this Transcendent to approach. Activate all weapons. The Melville Transcendent ordered in a deep voice. Inside the ship was his personal crew. Every one of them was hand-picked from retired soldiers and had rich combat experience. At this moment, the Galen Transcendent's position was within the range of the defensive missiles. 10 defensive missiles were activated immediately. The defensive missiles did not need to be specially aimed, so the preparation time was the shortest. The 10 defensive missiles flew out and flew towards the Galen Transcendent. The ship continued to descend, and was not affected by the Galen Transcendent to change its course. The Galen Transcendent was in the air. He tightened his Grade 3 longsword and accelerated. He was very satisfied with the Transcendent armor. It was much faster than his previous Transcendent armor. The 10 defensive missiles chased after the Galen Transcendent. The Galen Transcendent flew a circle in the air, making the defensive missiles draw a large arc in the air. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Grade 3 longsword swept past the back of 2 defensive missiles. The back of the missiles was cut open and they lost their momentum and fell to the ground. Using the same method, he shot down 6 more defensive missiles. This was the Transcendent's method of dealing with defensive missiles. In a situation where they were not inferior in speed and had sharper weapons, these ordinary defensive missiles were not a threat to the Galen Transcendent at all. Just as the Galen Transcendent was about to shoot down the last 2 defensive missiles, he felt a trace of danger. He sneered and dodged in the air. Then, 5 Gaussian cannonballs passed through his previous position and hit the last 2 defensive missiles, causing them to explode in the air. The Melville Transcendent did not expect the ship to hit the Galen Transcendent. This was because the Gaussian cannons and main cannons needed to be aimed. Once they were aimed, the Transcendent would sense the danger. Before the attack, the Transcendent only needed to dodge easily to make the cannons and main cannons ineffective. This was also the reason why weapons like the Gaussian cannons could not pose a threat to the strong. Even if the Melville Transcendent ship's Gaussian cannons were operated by experienced veterans, they could not hide their killing intent and spirit like David could, making it impossible for the target to detect them when they were aiming. David was on his high-speed spaceship at this moment. The high-speed spaceship's hatch was open slightly, and it was flying in the air in this way. David leaned against the hatch and set up the custom-made super-large caliber sniper rifle. He rarely used a sniper rifle on a spaceship because it was very unstable, which was very disadvantageous for sniping that required precision. However, David was preparing to snipe a large target this time, so he did not care about that little bit of error. The high-speed spaceship was controlled by David through the shadow attendant. He often multitasked, so at this moment, he could snipe and pilot the spaceship at the same time without interfering with each other. The Melville Transcendent looked at the screen in front of him. Although the weapons on the spaceship could not threaten the Galen Transcendent, it could prevent the Galen Transcendent from getting close to the spaceship, and that was enough. He looked at the new high-speed spaceship that had just appeared. When he saw the high-speed spaceship, he immediately knew that it was David's spaceship. There was information about this spaceship in the intelligence reports, so the Melville Transcendent recognized it at a glance. David is escaping. The Melville Transcendent was shocked. He knew how fast the high-speed spaceship was. After sacrificing all means of attack, the high-speed spaceship was all about speed. Once David accelerated, his spaceship would not be able to catch up. Speed up. Speed up immediately. Catch up to that spaceship. Melville's heart was in a panic as he loudly ordered. The spaceship's engine energy supply increased, and the spaceship quickly chased after the high-speed spaceship. Main cannon ready, blast him down. The Melville Transcendent ordered again. The 2 spaceships were getting closer and closer in the air. When there were only 5 kilometers left, the Melville Transcendent's main cannon began to lock on to the high-speed spaceship. However, the high-speed spaceship made evasive maneuvers. It was hard to imagine that a high-speed spaceship could make such nimble maneuvers. The Melville Transcendent's helmsman operated the spaceship, trying to catch up to David's high-speed spaceship, but he was always slower by a beat every time. The helmsman was sweating profusely. He was a veteran helmsman with 20 years of warship experience. He never thought that his piloting skills would be inferior to the high-speed spaceship in front of him. If he lost to the high-speed spaceship in terms of speed, he had nothing to say. However, if he lost to the high-speed spaceship in terms of nimble maneuvers, then there was a huge gap between their piloting skills. David's piloting skills had reached 77% perfection. A pilot of this level could be called a master pilot, and he was the strongest among the masters. The main cannon can't lock on, the helmsman reported loudly. The Melville Transcendent frowned. If the main cannon couldn't lock on, Then the Gaussian cannons and defensive missiles couldn't attack the high-speed spaceship. This was because the moment they changed directions, the Galen Transcendent would close in on them. As the two spaceships flew at high speed, the distance between them increased from 5 kilometers to 3 kilometers. Just as they were about 3 kilometers away, David fired his custom-made sniper rifle. A second-grade sniper bullet flew out. Because they were chasing in the air, the second-grade sniper bullet's impact was increased by a lot because of the high-speed spaceship behind them. The second-grade sniper bullet easily penetrated the outer shell of the spaceship, followed by many of the cabin walls, and finally the Krypton crystal engine. The Melville Transcendent saw the flash of light from the sniper rifle on the high-speed spaceship in front of them. Although it was only for a moment, his eyesight exceeded that of an ordinary person. In addition, he was fully focused, so he discovered David's sniper rifle. The Melville Transcendent was shocked. He thought of the legend of David. A sniper master could silently kill his target. Even if the target had the ability to sense danger, they wouldn't be able to discover the sniper master's sniper rifle. Therefore, his first thought was that he had been locked on by David. Without hesitation, he dodged sideways in the cockpit. The Melville Transcendent soon realized that something was wrong. He felt that something was wrong with the spaceship. Then, he heard the sound of the Krypton crystal engine shattering, followed by a flash of light from the engine. The Melville Transcendent knew what David's target was, but he couldn't imagine that David could accurately aim at the Krypton crystal engine while shooting at his spaceship. At least, the sniper masters that the Melville Transcendent knew didn't have this ability. In this situation, the calculation required was too complicated, and it wasn't something that could be done by the human brain. As for why he didn't use other equipment to assist him, it was a helpless matter. It wasn't that there weren't any auxiliary equipment, but the auxiliary equipment needed to obtain the corresponding data, and the result had to be transmitted to Kaji. Sniping Kaji would have to make a judgment before executing the shot. This process was more troublesome than sniping Kaji himself. Auxiliary equipment might be useful against fixed targets, but against moving targets, auxiliary equipment was useless. It wasn't as good as sniping Kaji's mental strength, which was naturally strong. The Melville Transcendent didn't know that David's mental strength had reached more than 7.7. 10 mental strength couldn't be reflected in external combat, but in a real battle, it was constantly helping David. With such a strong mental strength, David could easily complete a sniping attack of this level. The Melville Transcendent swept the ship's wall with his Grade 3 heavy axe, and a hole appeared in the spaceship. His figure flashed and jumped out of the hole. He didn't hesitate at all during the process. He couldn't care less about the crew that had followed him for many years. With a boom, the spaceship exploded. The explosion wasn't very strong, but it was enough to destroy the spaceship. All the crew on the spaceship were within the explosion's range. David, you deserve to die. Melville's transcendent heart was bleeding. His ride and all the treasures in it had been reduced to nothingness in the explosion. David was in the high-speed spaceship and couldn't hear his screams. Chapter 409. The Melville Transcendent, who had lost his spaceship, was immediately approached by the Galen Transcendent. I didn't expect there to be a Transcendent with such equipment on the monolith planet. Do you think this lousy planet can support you? The Melville Transcendent sneered as he suppressed the anger in his heart. Although he wanted to kill David immediately, he still had to face the Galen Transcendent first. The monolith planet is much better than you think. At least trash like you won't be able to live on the monolith planet. The Galen Transcendent replied mercilessly. Even if the Transcendent were enemies, it was rare for them to speak ill of each other. However, the Galen Transcendent was extremely angry that the Melville Transcendent had come to the monolith planet to attack David. Hence, he cursed as he spoke. Do you think you can defeat me with that third-grade longsword in your hand? the Melville Transcendent mocked as he glanced at the third-grade longsword in the Galen Transcendent's hand. There was a chain of disdain in the Transcendent. For example, those who used third-grade heavy weapons would look down on those who used third-grade longswords, while those who used third-grade longswords would look down on those who did not have third-grade weapons. There was a reason for this. Between a third-grade heavy weapon and a third-grade longsword, the third-grade longsword was the weaker one. Under the same combat strength, the Transcendent holding a third-grade longsword would not dare to cross swords with the Transcendent holding a third-grade heavy weapon. Of course, this was not absolute. The Transcendent's combat strength was also extremely important. However, most Transcendent had experienced countless battles and walked out from the brink of death. Their combat experience was almost maxed out. The only difference was the Transcendent's strength and equipment. Then let me see if you can really defeat me. The Galen Transcendent laughed loudly. His figure accelerated in the air as he rushed forward while brandishing the third-grade longsword in his hand. The rank 3 heavy axe in Melville's hand met the rank 3 heavy axe and clashed with the rank 3 Garin in the air. The Galen Transcendent knew his own strength. He lacked the Transcendent inheritance compared to many Transcendent, so he knew where his advantage lay. He had David by his side, so he used the spacious battlefield in the air to engage in guerrilla warfare. The Galen Transcendent had rich experience in this aspect. This was understandable. Any Transcendent who had been using second-grade Transcendent armor and weapons for a long time would have experience in guerrilla warfare. The Melville Transcendent was anxious. The Galen Transcendent's combat power was obviously insufficient, but the Galen Transcendent stuck to him like glue. The Galen Transcendent was very excited. The new equipment he had just received had greatly increased his speed and strength. He finally understood the joy of using a third-grade Transcendent armor. It was something the Transcendent who used a second-grade Transcendent armor could not understand. It could be said that only a third-grade Transcendent armor could truly bring out the design performance of a Transcendent armor. The high-speed spaceship took David away from the area where the two Transcendent were fighting. He could not interfere at all at the moment. He did not even dare to fly over. If he got too close, he would be targeted by the Melville Transcendent. David, I have applied for Perrin City's defense authorization for you. You can use it now. We are on our way. Alvin Transcendent's information was transmitted to David's bracelet through his identity bracelet. David was delighted. He had been waiting for this for so long. David was very familiar with Perrin City's defense system. It was here that he used the Gauss cannon to kill his enemy. It was also here that he blocked the attack of the Zerg. Perrin City's defense system was well equipped. The Gauss cannon and laser cannons had decent attack power. David had contacted Alvin Transcendent of the Monolith Military to obtain the authorization to use the defense system. As long as he had the authorization, he was confident that he could give the Melville Transcendent a surprise. Alvin Transcendent and the other 4 Transcendent were on their way. However, it would take some time for them to arrive from Non-City, so David did not want to wait for the Transcendent's support. The short wings on David's back spewed out energy. He accelerated towards the southern wall of Perrin City. Because he was wearing the exoskeleton armor, the defense system had automatically scanned his identity when he approached Perrin City. If he dared to approach the wall without authorization, he would be attacked by the rapid-fire anti-air cannons. David had the authorization granted by Alvin Transcendent, so he landed on the southern wall without any hindrance. Several military Kaji wearing the Land Lion exoskeleton armor ran towards David. They had received orders from the military to greet David. It's Gerard Kaji. You have been promoted to first lieutenant. Congratulations! David saw Kaji at the front. It was Kaji Gerard Kaji whom he used to know. He did not expect him to be promoted to first lieutenant now. Master David, welcome home. Kaji Gerard saluted excitedly. He then explained, Because of you, we also received military merit. First Lieutenant Eaton was promoted to captain and transferred away. First Lieutenant Elmer was promoted to captain and I became the acting captain of Kaji's squadron. Kaji Gerard's gratitude towards David rose from the bottom of his heart. David had received the Silver Star Medal in Perrin City. At the same time, the troops guarding Perrin City also benefited. It was very difficult for troops like them, who stayed on the Monolith Star, to be promoted. Other than automatic promotion after reaching a certain age, it was very difficult to rely on meritorious service to get promoted. It was also because of David that Kaji Gerard was promoted to first lieutenant in at least 5 to 6 years less time. David did not want to chat anymore. The transcendent Galen was still fighting in the distant sky, so he requested, "I need the control of all the Gaussian cannons on the southern city wall. Please help me." Of course, I received the order. "Please come this way," Kaji Gerard said with admiration in his eyes as he led the way. The other Kaji Gerard also had the same look in their eyes. The person in front of them was a sniper master who had walked out of this place. He was a powerhouse in the military of the war zone. His name appeared together with David's in the Transcendent. First Lieutenant Elmer will be here soon. He will arrange for you to use the control room you are most familiar with. Kaji Gerard personally opened the door of the control room and introduced when they arrived in front of a control room for the Gaussian cannons. David naturally recognized this control room. He controlled 3 Gaussian cannons here and killed 2 armored rockworms and a mainbrain king bug. He still remembered the fear he felt when he faced the mainbrain king bug. "Thank you." David nodded and thanked him. He then entered the control room. "You guys guard this place. Do not let anyone in even if you have to die," Kaji Gerard ordered the Kaji Gerard in a deep voice. "Yes," the Kaji Gerard replied loudly. They used their bodies to block the door of the control room. In fact, Kaji Gerard's order had a purpose. No matter who David wanted to deal with, they would not dare to kill a Kaji Gerard under the surveillance of the city defense system. As long as there was evidence, no matter if the other party was a transcendent or not, they would either have to change their identity or escape. The military would not tolerate the killing of soldiers in their military fortifications. David looked at the control room in front of him. The authority on it allowed him to control the 60 Gaussian cannons on the southern city wall. Of course, he could not control so many Gaussian cannons at the same time. However, he could control them in batches. This required faster hand speed and better analytical skills. "Uncle Garin, you can lead the Transcendent to the southern city defense area of Perrin City. I will wait here." David contacted Transcendent Garin through his identity bracelet. When Garin Transcendent heard David's message, he could not help but relax. The gap between him and Melville Transcendent was not something that could be made up for by equipment. In the beginning, he could rely on his speed to deal with them. However, as Melville Transcendent got used to Garin Transcendent's speed, it became harder and harder for Garin Transcendent to deal with him. In the end, Garin Transcendent had only obtained this set of equipment for a short period of time. He could not fully utilize the equipment's performance. Garin Transcendent consciously shifted the battlefield and descended towards the southern part of Perrin City. "Finally, you can't hold on anymore and want to run," Melville Transcendent sneered when he saw that Garin Transcendent wanted to escape. It wasn't an easy task to hold back a Transcendent with decent equipment. That was why he had provoked Transcendent Garin to fight him for a longer period of time. He was confident that he would be able to severely injure Transcendent Garin in just a few minutes, and he wouldn't be able to stop his next move. Garin Transcendent ignored him and continued to move. David readjusted the data of all the Gaussian cannons. Then, he entered the Shadow Attendant's body with his mind. The Shadow Attendant went through the wall and arrived at the nearest Gaussian cannon. The shadow attendant took out a Grade 3 Gaussian cannon shell from his space ring. This was the Grade 3 Gaussian cannon shell that he had exchanged with points in the Academy base. Although he had only used a Grade 2 Gaussian cannon shell to kill the Stoneskin Worm King, it would not have been so troublesome if he had a Grade 3 Gaussian cannon shell. So when he returned to the Academy base, he used some points to exchange for a third-grade Gaussian cannon shell. It wasn't that he didn't want to exchange for more, but the points required for a third-grade Gaussian cannon shell were too high. In addition, the Academy didn't put the third-grade Gaussian cannon shell in the exchange list. If it wasn't for his request, the Academy wouldn't have agreed to such an exchange. David used the shadow attendant's mind to control the Grade 3 Gaussian cannon shell. When he took it out of the space ring, it happened to appear in the cannon shell's compartment. The shadow attendant would not have been able to move such a heavy Gaussian cannon shell if he did not control it in this way. Garen Transcendent was in front and Melville Transcendent was behind. At this moment, Melville Transcendent also saw through Garen Transcendent's plan. Transcendent Melville was trying to lure him into Perrin City's defense zone, but he was not worried at all. Before Transcendent Melville came to Monolith, the Tordo Fund applied for permission from a high-ranking military official in the war zone. Unless he attacked the military's defense system would not attack him. It was because of this permission that Transcendent Melville dared to enter Perrin City. Perrin City was indeed a small city, but it was a small city in the war zone. Every city on Monolith had a military defense system, otherwise the civilians in the city would have been killed by the insectoids. You want to use the military's defense system to influence me? I wonder if the military officer you can find on Monolith is more powerful than the one I can find. Transcendent Melville laughed and indifferently approached Perrin City's defense system. To be honest, Perrin City's defense system wasn't strong. The most they could deal with was level 2 Zerg. Once there were more level 2 Zergs, they wouldn't be able to defend against them. With such a defense system, they wouldn't be able to defend against a Transcendent. Not to mention, Perrin City's defense system could not attack him at all, so he was not worried at all. We're here. Transcendent Garen contacted David softly. David was operating the Gaussian cannon's aiming system, but he realized that as long as the aiming system wanted to lock on to Transcendent Melville, it would sound an alarm. Target cannot be locked on, please check the corresponding permission. David frowned. He knew that Transcendent Melville had obtained permission from the military, just like him. If he could obtain permission from the military to use the city's defense system, then Transcendent Melville could also obtain permission from the military to avoid being attacked by the city's defense weapons. You think you can't lock onto it just like that? David sneered. His finger quickly tapped on the screen and entered the city's defense system. With his Master of Electronic Countermeasures ability, he did not need to go through too much trouble. He did not need to invade the city's defense system core. He only needed to add a jump command to solve the problem of not being able to lock on to the target. Of course, this also had to do with David sitting on the city's defense system terminal, which lowered the difficulty of his electronic countermeasures ability by a few levels. David tried to lock on to Transcendent Melville's aiming system again, but this time there was no notification. Transcendent Melville in the air did not know that in just a few seconds, the military's defense system had undergone a huge change. Since David's aiming system did not create any danger, Transcendent Melville would not notice it before the Gaussian cannon was fired. Boom! Following the first explosion, an ordinary alloy Gaussian shell flew out. Although Transcendent Melville had been fighting with Galen Transcendent, he had been paying attention to his surroundings for a long time. David was a sniper master, and Transcendent Melville knew how terrifying a sniper master was. He knew that David must be hiding somewhere, waiting to give him a fatal blow. Therefore, even though he was fighting with Galen Transcendent Melville was still paying attention to his surroundings. Before coming to assassinate David, Transcendent Melville Transcendent learned about sniper masters from some of the Transcendent who had fought against sniper masters, some of which were obtained with the help of the Tordo Fund. Transcendent Melville was very familiar with sniper masters' attack methods and countermeasures. Chapter 410. The greatest strength of a sniper master was the stealth nature of their attacks, making it impossible for the target to sense danger. This terrifying ability was the most dangerous when the target did not know that there was a sniper master nearby. At this moment, David's situation was very clear, which reduced the danger level of David by a lot. The Melville Transcendent was waiting. As soon as David's sniper appeared, he would immediately dodge and kill him. Instead, he was more worried that David would not appear, which would make it more difficult for him to kill him. The danger level of an exposed sniper master is reduced by at least 50%. This was what a Transcendent who had survived a sniper master's attack and successfully counterattacked said in his experience. The Melville Transcendent agreed with this point. He did not believe that he would be successfully sniped when he was highly focused on his surroundings. At this moment, a Gaussian cannon suddenly attacked. Although the Melville Transcendent did not understand why it was the military's Gaussian cannon that attacked, he still immediately dodged. The Melville Transcendent dodged very quickly, and the alloy Gaussian cannon shell brushed past him. However, David did not control only one Gaussian cannon. Just 0.1 seconds after the first Gaussian cannon fired, the second Gaussian cannon fired. The Melville Transcendent had just sensed the location of the first Gaussian cannon and was about to fly down when the second Gaussian cannon shell flew over. This time, he only had time to avoid being hit in his vitals. His leg was hit by the alloy Gaussian cannon shell, and he was sent spinning in the air by the powerful force. The third Gaussian cannon shell flew over, but this time it was blocked by a grade 3 heavy axe. He could no longer dodge, and could only rely on his battle instincts to block. The Melville Transcendent wanted to ask why the military's city defense system would attack him. He did not take the initiative to attack the military's city defense system. The consecutive Gaussian cannon shells were tiring him, and he was very worried that a grade 3 Gaussian cannon shell would come flying over. 8 consecutive Gaussian cannon shells caused the Melville Transcendent to sway in the air. Due to the low strength of the Gaussian cannon shells, the Melville Transcendent did not suffer much damage. Compared to the grade 3 Transcendent armor, the alloy Gaussian cannonball was more like a lump of mud. No matter how strong the impact was, when the mud hit the wall, it would disperse instantly, and the damage would be greatly reduced. The biggest effect of the Gaussian cannon shells was to make the Melville Transcendent lose balance. The constant impact in the air caused him to lose control of part of his body. After the 8 Gaussian cannon shells, the Melville Transcendent stopped for 0.3 seconds. Just when he had stabilized himself, another round of Gaussian cannon shells came flying over. This time, the Melville Transcendent was prepared. He tried his best to use the non-vital parts of his body to withstand the attacks of the Gaussian cannon shells. The Melville Transcendent knew that it was David who was attacking him. Perhaps it was because the city defense system did not have grade 3 Gaussian cannon shells, or because grade 3 Gaussian cannon shells were very rare and low-grade. That was why David could not deal any fatal damage to him. The Galen Transcendent had already retreated to the side. He saw that the Transcendent could not move an inch. He could not even escape because the continuous attacks caused the Melville Transcendent to lose its balance in the air. Could not fly at all. David's attacks were very satisfying. His calculations were not very precise because the Melville Transcendent was not the Stoneskin Worm King. When dealing with the Stoneskin Worm King, he could not deal much damage unless he hit its vital parts. When he attacked the Melville Transcendent, he only needed to hit the Transcendent. This greatly reduced his calculations, which was also why he could attack the Melville Transcendent for a long time. If he used the same calculations and attacks as when he killed the Stoneskin Worm King, he could only attack 8 times at most. The Melville Transcendent was like a toy in the air. It was constantly being hit by the Gaussian cannon shells. Finally, the Melville Transcendent was enraged by the attack. If the opponent's attacks were a little more powerful, and he was heavily injured, he would have used all his means to escape. But now that David was only using Gaussian cannon shells, if the Melville Transcendent were to escape, his story would probably spread throughout the Transcendent world. "Block for me!" The Melville Transcendent roared. The power of his Transcendent burst out. He used the Grade 3 heavy axe to block his face and bent his knees to block his chest. Borrowing the 0.3-second interval between David's 8 attacks, he stabilized his body and immediately rushed down in this form. Consuming the power of the Transcendent could instantly double his defense. He believed that he could block the Gaussian cannon shells for a short period of time. As long as he got closer, the Gaussian cannon would lose its effect. The next thing he needed to do was to find David. In fact, the Melville Transcendent had already seen David's position. On the city wall, there were only a few Kaji soldiers guarding the control room. Needless to say, that was where David was. As for whether or not there would suddenly be high-grade shells, Melville thought that he would have used them long ago if there were any. If he had used them just now, he would have at least suffered some injuries, unlike now where his body would at most be affected by some tremors. Besides, even if there was a high-grade Gaussian cannon shell, it wouldn't pose a fatal threat to him. He didn't believe that the defense system of this small city would install Grade 2 Gaussian cannon shells. Normally, Grade 2 Gaussian cannon shells would be stored in the warehouse. They would only be transferred out in an emergency. The procedures involved were not something that David could handle in a short period of time. The Melville Transcendent suspected that David was waiting for the Grade 2 Gaussian cannon shells to arrive. Perhaps he used the alloy Gaussian cannon shells just to delay him while the parent city's defense army completed the procedures and transferred the Grade 2 Gaussian cannon shells from the warehouse. Therefore, the Melville Transcendent immediately made the decision to rush down. What the Melville Transcendent didn't know was that the Gaussian cannon closest to David had turned and locked onto him. David only had a single Grade 3 Gaussian artillery shell. Now that he was famous, he was no longer like before, where Transcendents did not care about his attacks at all. David had his own considerations on how to use the Grade 3 Gaussian cannon shell. He could only kill in one shot. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. The Melville Transcendent felt that the Transcendent's power was being consumed. The alloy Gaussian cannon shell hit his leg and the Grade 3 heavy axe. The impact caused him to be unable to move. Fortunately, the alloy Gaussian cannon shell would shatter into pieces after hitting him. This allowed him to rely on the Transcendent's power to forcefully hold on. Just when he judged that he only needed one more second to enter the Gaussian cannon's blind spot, he seemed to feel a different Gaussian cannon shell flying towards him. Just as this thought appeared in his mind, he felt pain in his legs. Then, a force passed through his legs and through his body. This feeling was very strange. He actually felt that his heart was breathing air. There was even a unique coolness in the air outside. Then, the Melville Transcendent lost all strength in his body. At the last moment of his consciousness, his brain told him that he had been killed. After David fired the Grade 3 Gaussian cannon shell, he immediately opened the door. He nodded to Kaji, who was guarding outside, and then soared into the sky. Kaji was already stunned. The legendary Transcendent fell from the sky like a wild goose shot by an arrow. Was this still the so-called invincible Transcendent? When the Melville Transcendent's corpse fell to the ground, David immediately rushed to the side of the corpse. The shadow attendant absorbed the soul of the Melville Transcendent. Only then did David feel at ease to check the corpse of the Melville Transcendent. The Melville Transcendent's legs were broken and his chest was pierced through. Anyone who was hit by a grade 3 Gaussian bullet while using their legs as a cushion would be left with such a terrifying wound. Not to mention a transcendent, even a pinnacle grade 3 insectoid would not be able to withstand a grade 3 Gaussian bullet fired from a Gaussian cannon. It was a pity that this transcendent armor could not be used again without major repairs. David, this guy is dead? The transcendent Galen flew over and asked with a surprised face. This was the first time the transcendent Galen saw David kill a transcendent in person. The transcendent Melville was toyed with by David's Gaussian cannon. If it was the transcendent Galen himself, he would not have immediately fled after being hit by the alloy Gaussian cannon shell. It was precisely because David had given the transcendent Melville hope that the transcendent Melville gave up on dodging and allowed David to deliver the fatal blow with 100% accuracy. Of course, if David wanted to take the risk, he could have mixed in the previous attacks with the grade 3 Gaussian cannon shell. However, David chose the safest method. The Melville transcendent was very powerful. In the previous attacks of the alloy Gaussian cannon shell, the Melville transcendent Melville lost its balance and used its weapons and non-vital parts of its body to block the attack. This was also an important reason why David did not want to take the risk. He only needed one fatal attack, so of course, he had to choose the best opportunity. Whether the Melville transcendent Melville wanted to close in or escape, there would always be the best opportunity to attack. Therefore, no matter what the Melville transcendent Melville chose, as long as it was within the attack range of the Gaussian cannon, it would not be able to escape unscathed. His heart was hit. "He's dead," David said with a nod. David casually took off the transcendent Melville transcendent armor and the dimensional bracer from his body. His movements were so familiar that even the transcendent Galen was stunned. "Uncle Galen, see if there's anything you can use in here. Or you can just leave the dimensional bracer behind," David said as he tossed the bracer to the transcendent Galen. "David, these are your spoils of war. Keep them yourself. I only need the equipment I want," the transcendent Galen said firmly. He tossed the dimensional bracer back to David without hesitation. David did not say anything. He casually put the dimensional bracer into the storage box at his waist. "I'll go find that Gaussian cannon. It cost me a lot of points to exchange for it," David said as he flew into the air. The transcendent Galen himself stood in front of the Melville transcendent's corpse. The deaths of transcendent were rare. At least, the two deaths that the transcendent Galen had seen were caused by David. The first time, the transcendent castle was poisoned to death by David. This time, the transcendent Melville was shot to death by David. If the two transcendent Galen were to engage in close combat with David, David would not even be able to take a single hit. However, in the end, David had won. The grade 3 Gaussian cannon's warhead was quickly found by David. He had a clear firing path in his mind. By the time David returned, the Melville Transcendent's corpse had already been brought back to Parent City by the Transcendent Galen. Although the Melville Transcendent was an enemy, the Transcendent Galen would not leave a Transcendent's corpse in the wilderness and become food for the insectoids. The Transcendent Galen stored the Melville Transcendent's corpse into his dimensional bracer. "Master David, I need to write a report on today's matter. If you have any requests, you can tell me directly. What can't be written in the report?" Not long after David returned to his residence, First Lieutenant Elmer came over. The first thing he said when they met was a question of concern. As a city defense captain, First Lieutenant Elmer was gambling with his future. If the report he wrote was proven to be wrong, not only would he lose his current position, he might even be sent to the military court. However, First Lieutenant Elmer still asked because David was Parent City's hero. David had saved Parent City and saved them. If not for David, these soldiers would have died in battle. "First Lieutenant Elmer, there's no need to hide anything. Just write whatever you have in mind," David replied with a smile. It won't be bad for you, right? First Lieutenant Elmer asked, still worried. It won't. The Transcendent is here to kill me. Just report this matter and give the mastermind a warning. David said nonchalantly. Master David, our abilities are too weak to help you, but please protect yourself. First Lieutenant Elmer couldn't imagine that David's enemy was at the level of the Transcendent. He could only say this helplessly. First Lieutenant Elmer didn't stay for long. With such a big thing happening and a Transcendent being killed, he had to report it as soon as possible. First Lieutenant Elmer was already late because he had to ask David for instructions. Transcendent Galen sat on the side with a smile and didn't say anything. He could feel the city's attitude towards David from the attitude of the city defense team. Hans looked at David with a heavy expression. He was worried about David's safety, but he couldn't do anything about it. His old friend from the military hadn't sent back any news, so he didn't know who David's enemy was. David also said he didn't know when he asked. Of course, David wouldn't tell Hans. He didn't want his matter to affect Hans. As long as Hans didn't take the initiative to provoke others, those forces wouldn't dare to take the initiative to attack someone with the title of State Knight. Although the sky was a little dark, it couldn't be hidden from the residents of Perrin City. Many residents had witnessed the battle with their own eyes. Soon, the news of David's return to Perrin City and his victory against a powerful enemy spread throughout the city. Perrin City became lively all of a sudden. Chapter 4:11. Although it was night time, guests soon arrived. They were the 5 old friends of Transcendent Galen, the other 5 Transcendent Protectors of the Monolith Star. When the 5 Transcendent Protectors arrived, the battle had already ended. However, they still came after learning that the battle was over. Galen, Hans, Master David. The 5 Transcendent greeted the 3 with a smile. Even if Hans was a nation knight, the 5 Transcendent Protectors would not take him seriously. However, things were different now. With the relationship between David and Galen, the 5 Transcendent Protectors did not treat Hans as an ordinary person. I'm sorry to have made you come for nothing, Transcendent Galen said apologetically. We didn't come for nothing. It's a good opportunity to meet Master David, Transcendent Hadley said with a smile. Greetings to the 5 Transcendent Protectors. Thank you for your help. David stood up and thanked them sincerely. It's our duty to stop foreign Transcendent Protectors. We didn't really help, so there's no need to thank us, Transcendent Barkle said with a wave of his hand. I didn't expect Master David to kill a Transcendent Protector with just the city defense system. No wonder he's a master sniper. Transcendent Alvin could not help but shake his head and sigh. I also have to thank General Alvin for helping me apply for permission, David replied with a smile. The Monolith Star is your home. How could we watch you get bullied at home? You've done so much for the military before. The military can't help you much, Transcendent Alvin said with a smile. Mervyn Transcendent turned to look at Galen Transcendent and asked in disbelief. I heard that Galen was dragged to the Melville Transcendent alone. The Melville Transcendent is a very famous Transcendent in the Cater Star Zone. Are you that powerful? They had heard about the course of the battle. Transcendent Galen had single-handedly blocked the invading Transcendent, giving David the opportunity to snipe. Especially when they learned that the name of the Transcendent was Melville. After they found out about the Transcendent Melville, they found it even harder to believe. Transcendent Galen was the same as the other Transcendent. The only thing they could do against a powerful Transcendent was for the 6 Transcendent to work together and rely on their many years of experience to fight against a powerful Transcendent. Haha, that Melville Transcendent is really powerful. I almost couldn't stop him even with all my strength, Transcendent Galen said with a proud smile. Transcendent Galen had only been in the Transcendent for a short time. Coupled with his equipment, he was considered to be at the bottom of the Transcendent. He could fight a powerful transcendent like Melville for so long with his strength at the bottom. This was unimaginable in the past. Of course, he was proud. "I don't believe you can really do it," Transcendent Darrell said in a deep voice. Suddenly, the eyes of the 5 Transcendent froze, and then a look of horror appeared on their faces. This was because a Grade 3 Transcendent armor had appeared on Transcendent Galen's body, and a Grade 3 longsword had appeared in his hand. Transcendent Mervyn immediately understood the origin of these transcendent equipment and shook his head helplessly. "Why didn't I receive a good disciple like Master David?" Transcendent Alvin pointed to the transcendent armor on Galen Transcendent and said, "Galen, if we encounter any trouble in the future, you have to be at the front." Although the 5 Transcendent were envious, after many years of getting along, they were only happy that Galen Transcendent had a set of Grade 3 Transcendent equipment. The stronger Galen Transcendent was, the safer the monolith star would be. They all understood each other's personalities. A Transcendent with ambition would not stay on the monolith star at all. They had already made great progress. The 6 Transcendent were the same. They did not want to be restrained too much, and at the same time, they had strong feelings for the monolith star. The 6 Transcendent, including Galen Transcendent, did not stay for long. Their main goal was to protect Non-City. They could not leave that place for a long time, so after chatting for a while and deepening their relationship with David, they all returned. Hans had been staying here after his body recovered because he was worried about David. He did not have the time to tell his current wife, Bertha, and his youngest son, Eddie, the good news of his recovery. Now that David had nothing to do, he went back. David sat on his bed at home. The shadow attendant stood beside him. He reached out and pressed his hand on the shadow attendant's shoulder. A stream of soul energy entered the shadow attendant's body and merged with his soul. He did not have high hopes for the knowledge orb in the Melville Transcendent's soul. There were many useless knowledge orbs in the shadow attendant's body. Even the knowledge orbs given by the Transcendent were not very useful. David ordered the shadow attendant to separate the knowledge orbs given by the Melville Transcendent. A green knowledge orb appeared. He sensed the attributes of the knowledge orb and could not help but feel disappointed. Heavy Axe Mastery, 47% perfect. This attribute meant that the Melville Transcendent's Heavy Axe Mastery had reached master level. It was no wonder that the Melville Transcendent could easily block so many attacks. With the ability of a Heavy Axe Master and the Transcendent's speed, it was not surprising that he could do this. David took out the Melville Transcendent's dimensional bracer and entered the shadow attendant's body. Through the shadow attendant, he opened the bracer. The 2 cubic meter space of the bracer was filled to the brim. Although it was full of items, they were placed in an orderly manner. It was clear that the Melville Transcendent's character was well known. The first thing David saw was the Grade 3 Heavy Axe. Before the Melville Transcendent died, he instinctively put the weapon into the bracer. Now it was in David's hands. He took out the Grade 3 Heavy Axe and examined it. He did not know which master had made it. Because they did not belong to the same planetary system, David could not detect it. He shook his head. The Grade 3 Heavy Axe was a waste in his hands. With his half-step perfect Heavy Axe Mastery, he only needed 1 Heavy Axe to unleash his full power. He did not need 2 Grade 3 Heavy Axes. He casually let the shadow attendant put the Grade 3 Heavy Axe into the spatial ring and put it together with the other Grade 3 materials and weapons. The shadow attendant took out a Grade 3 longsword from the bracer. This did not surprise David. Normally, before the Transcendent obtained a Grade 3 heavy weapon, they would have a Grade 3 longsword. However, he did not expect to receive another Tier 3 longsword right after he gave it away. Once again, he tossed the Rank 3 longsword to the shadow servant and began to inspect the spatial bracer. A box was taken out. There was a mark on it. David used his bracelet to scan the mark. The mark was swept into the bracelet. He then used Skynet to search for the mark's meaning. The explanation of the mark was quickly found. When David saw the explanation, a look of understanding appeared on his face. This was the mark of the Tordo Fund. The Tordo Fund was a super-large fund in the Cater sector. It had many famous companies in many fields and controlled important shares in the food, medical, manufacturing, and other industries in the Cater sector. David did not expect that the Tordo Fund would not let him go. 2 Transcendent had been killed before, and now they had sent a Transcendent after him. David believed that the Tordo Fund was the mark. Another reason was that he did not have any other enemies in the Cater sector. Instead, he had a good relationship with Cater Academy. When he opened the box, 15 transcendent crystals were revealed. David could guess that this was the reward that the Tordo Fund had given to Transcendent Melville for dealing with him. Otherwise, how could the Melville Transcendent attack him with a box with the Tordo Fund's mark and transcendent crystals? He put the transcendent crystals together with the 30 transcendent crystals from before. This was the currency of the Transcendent. Although he was not a Transcendent yet, he had been in contact with Transcendent for a long time now, so he might need it at some point. There were not many other items after that. There were some nameless credit cards and more than 10 bottles of red liquid in transparent containers that David could not recognize. There were even animal tissues in the red liquid. David did not take these out. If the Melville Transcendent could keep them in the space bracelet, they would not be trash. He would find someone to take a look at them in the future. There were as many as 6 space bracelets. David was very troubled. He was considering if he should ask Master Macintosh to install a space for the space bracelet on his custom-made exoskeleton armor when he returned to Lunka. It was not convenient to put them in the storage compartment at his waist. After letting the shadow attendant enter the source gathering disk, David began to practice the crystal meditation. The next morning at 8:30, David finished his morning practice. After taking a shower and having breakfast, his doorbell rang. Needless to say, it was someone who was very familiar with David because they had calculated the time that he finished his practice. David opened the door and saw 3 familiar faces. He quickly stepped forward and hugged them. Myron, Daly, De Quincy, come in and have a seat. David separated from the 3 and said with a wave of his hand, I thought you wouldn't recognize us after you became famous. Myron sat on the sofa and said with a smile. He could see that David's attitude towards them had not changed at all. The joy of seeing a good friend was not fake. How could that be? But Myron, I remember that you and De Quincy went to university. Why are you in Perrin City? David asked Myron with a smile. Myron and De Quincy heard about you last night and rushed back from Naan City. However, it was too late when they got back, so they agreed to come over with us in the morning. Daly explained with a smile. Myron, your strength did not increase by much. You need to work hard. David looked at Myron. He was touched, but he said nothing. He then turned to De Quincy and said, You need to work hard too. Of course I can't compare to you, but I'm going to become Kaji soon. Myron retorted unhappily. Myron did not want to be compared to David at all. With his current condition, it was already an amazing achievement for him to be able to reach Kaji's level within 2 months of entering the university. Daly, your uniform looks good. Didn't Jim join the army with you? Is he busy today? David turned to look at Daly's uniform and asked. Daly's uniform did not have a military rank, so he should still be a new recruit. Jim left with his father, Captain Eaton. Daly was obviously reluctant when he mentioned Jim. The 4 friends gathered for an hour before they had to part ways because David had a new guest. It was Myron's father, Mayor Bernard, accompanied by First Lieutenant Elmer and First Lieutenant Gerard. This was only the first batch. Following that, people from various factions in Naan City who were familiar with David came to visit. They did not care about the distance at all. David liked to be with his friends, but he did not want to interact with these representatives of various factions. He was not interested at all. David left his original residence and moved into another one he had prepared for the fire beacon. Planet Kion in Cater Sector. Among the many satellites orbiting planet Kion, there was a satellite named after the Tordo Fund. This was the headquarters of the Tordo Fund. In Ordo Satellite, the rules of the Tordo Fund were law. There were more than 50,000 people living on the satellite who all worked for the Tordo Fund. Ordo Satellite was an independent kingdom. Even the police had a hard time entering it. Plus, it was not in Skynet, so there was no surveillance. Ordo Satellite had a complete security system, including a satellite-grade scanning system and a defense system made up of many defensive weapons, including missiles, heavy laser cannons, and rapid-fire anti-air cannons. There were even 2 transcendent officers stationed on Ordo Satellite all year round. These security measures made Ordo Satellite very secure. It was extremely difficult to sneak in, let alone break in. Ordo Satellite had no outsiders at all. Everyone who entered or left was an internal member of the Tordo Fund, so there was no chance for outsiders to sneak in. However, today, another 20 spaceships with air combat weapons arrived at Ordo Satellite and became the defense line in the sky. The entire Ordo Satellite was in a state of tension. The satellite was in a state of alert. The people living on Ordo Satellite were not allowed to leave their designated route. Normally, they were only allowed to go to work and home. If this was any other city, such an order would definitely cause a huge riot. However, it was different here. Everyone relied on the Tordo Fund for survival. This order was immediately carried out. All the places on Ordo Satellite where people could gather were closed. The entire Ordo Satellite had never been so quiet before. The elite Kaji from all over the world were patrolling Ordo Satellite. The scanning was also at the maximum to find any intruders. All of this was because of a piece of news. The transcendent Melville sent by the Tordo Fund was dead. He was killed by David. The failure of the operation would lead to consequences. David's revenge would definitely come. However, the Tordo Fund did not know how David would take revenge. Therefore, they could only prepare for it from the moment they received the news. Just by looking at Badu energy, the Erdo Foundation had no choice but to take it seriously. Fortunately, the Tordo Fund paid more attention to their own safety than Badu energy. They had bought this satellite more than 100 years ago and made it their headquarters. In terms of safety, they had more control. Chapter 412. The Kerr Intelligence Organization had been paying attention to the Tordo Fund's intelligence. They used the Shadow Intelligence System to collect information about the Tordo Fund through various channels. David hid in a secluded house. Every day, other than talking to his father, Hans, he studied this information. The Tordo Fund was indeed very powerful. This was not only referring to the wealth in the hands of the Tordo Fund. They paid more attention to safety and had many defensive weapons. Not to mention a sniper master like David, even several Transcendent had to consider the consequences if they wanted to attack the Tordo satellite. However, David was different. He alone was equivalent to many top talents in various industries. With a smaller target and stronger ability, he could do things that many people would not expect. In addition, David was no longer a loner without any influence. Although the Kerr Intelligence Organization was not very powerful, it could still provide him with enough intelligence support. David did not want to attack the Tordo satellite. It was not realistic at all. With the influence of the Tordo Fund in the Cater sector, even if David hired mercenaries, no mercenary group would dare to take over, and they would even expose themselves in advance. Therefore, David needed a complete plan, a plan to attack the Tordo satellite from the details. The Tordo satellite was very powerful, but David also had experience dealing with such a single force that controlled an area. The mercenary groups that he destroyed before used the same abandoned space bastions as the Tordo satellite in a sense. However, the Torto satellite was larger than the space bastions, and its defense system was more complete. 2 days later, David quietly left the monolith star. The only person who knew that he had left was Hans. Even after David left, Hans still maintained the habit of going to the secluded house every day. For those who paid attention, David was still there. In the past, David had always thought that the ID bracelet was a technological item that could not be faked. Because the ID bracelet needed to be connected to the Skynet, it contained information such as appearance, genes, background, and so on. It would be compared with the internal information of the Skynet, so it was impossible to fake. But now, David knew that he was wrong. He was sitting on the interstellar flyby, and his appearance had changed. This was a set of professional-level appearance-changing equipment, and the equipment itself was the glasses on his face. His own identity bracelet was stored in his space item, and he was wearing a fake identity purchased by the Kerr intelligence organization through its channels. Although it was said to be a fake identity, in fact, no matter whether it was checked by various instruments, this identity was real. Even if it was checked on the Skynet, it was the real identity. There was even a piece of fake skin under David's identity bracelet, which was specially prepared for the identity bracelet to collect genes. Through this method, the identity bracelet could confirm that he was the owner of the identity bracelet. This identity was called Gary, a professional treasure hunter who specialized in finding specific items for customers. In the records of the identity bracelet, David found Gary's financial transactions in recent years, including tax receipt. It could be said that this identity was an ordinary member of the many wanderers in the galaxy, so real that there were no flaws to be found. David did not know where this person called Gary was now, or if this professional treasure hunter had completely disappeared because of his order. These had nothing to do with David. He took a transport spaceship from Monolith and left the war zone that day. Because this transport spaceship often passed through the war zone's defense line, it took less than half a day to leave the war zone, which was much faster than when he left in his own spaceship. After leaving the war zone, he took the interstellar flyby on a nearby planet and became a professional treasure hunter who went to the Cater sector to find items. Because of his identity, David was not sitting in a luxurious cabin, but in a cheap seat. He would spend a few days with thousands of passengers. Even washing up was done in public facilities, and eating was done in boxes. This was an experience that David had never experienced before. However, David was very adaptable. He was like the many ordinary passengers around him. The ticket price of the interstellar flyby, even the cheapest cabin ticket, was a huge expense for ordinary passengers. The passengers here had all kinds of visions for the future, or they had no choice but to take such a luxurious trip. This was the 4th day on the interstellar flyby, and David had learned to fall asleep in his seat. David believed that only by lying to himself could he deceive his enemies. Yesterday, the interstellar flyby passed through a huge portal and entered the Cater sector. He knew that he would soon arrive at his destination. Attention, passengers! We are about to arrive at the Cayenne planet. Passengers who have arrived at the destination, please prepare to board the landing ship at gate number 4. The beautiful voice of the interstellar flyby customer service lady sounded. David stood up and saw that more than 10 passengers who had arrived at the same destination as him had also stood up. None of them spoke to each other. David used his ID bracelet to retrieve his luggage from the luggage storage area. It was a very ordinary suitcase that contained the usual items of a business traveler. Following the instructions, he pulled the suitcase to gate number 4, where the landing ship had been waiting for him. When David walked into the landing ship, he felt many scanning energies sweep over him. This was even stricter than when he boarded the interstellar flyby. "Who are we looking for?" David's sensitive hearing heard the soft conversation between 2 landing ship staff. "Who knows? Recently, all the landing ships have added scanning equipment. They are all professional equipment that can scan exoskeleton armor and grade weapons. It's very likely that they're looking for Kaji. So what if they find him? Are we supposed to deal with Kaji? Isn't that just asking for death? Why would we need to deal with him? As long as we report him, we'll get a reward. David walked past a few staff members with his head lowered. No one suspected him. He was very ordinary, or rather, his identity did not raise any suspicions. The main thing was that the things he brought were too ordinary. The Tordo Fund did not know how David would approach the Erdo satellite, but it could only be that he would drive his own ship close to the main planet, Kayan Planet, while hiding his identity. That was why they had increased their security around Kayan Planet. Every Kaji who entered Kayan Planet with exoskeleton armor and grade weapons would be monitored. Any suspicious Kaji would be taken away by the police for investigation. This was the power of a megacorporation. The Tordo Fund believed that no matter how David hid his identity, he would have to have exoskeleton armor and weapons with him. Otherwise, with the influence the Tordo Fund had on Kayan Planet, it would be impossible for him to obtain exoskeleton armor and grade weapons without being discovered. The docking ship landed in Dutu City. This was the largest city on Kayan Planet, and also David's destination. David got off the docking ship and checked into a small, ordinary hotel. He had booked this hotel before he came. It was in a very remote location, and the price was very low. Of course, this was not David's main goal. About 500 meters away from this hotel, there was a small villa. That was the reason he chose this hotel. As usual, Bunyan would return to Dutu City on Kayan Planet from Erdo Satellite every Sunday. Like many people who worked on Erdo Satellite, he could only spend time with his family on Sundays. As for moving to Erdo Satellite to live, that was not a right that an ordinary staff member like him could have. If he wanted to move his family to Erdo Satellite, he had to be at least a middle-level leader or above. After spending a day with his family and kissing his wife goodbye, he felt his mind go blank as soon as he walked out the door. David was standing on the opposite side of the street. Although his back was facing Bunyan, the shadow attendant was standing next to him. Just a moment ago, a bewitching pattern entered Bunyan's body. This kind of terrifying puppet control ability was not something that an ordinary person could resist at all. Bunyan instantly became David's puppet. After being stunned for less than half a second, Bunyan recovered. There was a faint emptiness in his eyes. With a lot of experience in making puppets, David now had a lot of skills in using the bewitching pattern. Especially after his spirit reached 7 points, this kind of control ability became even stronger. David kept part of Bunyan's ability to deal with the outside world. The bewitching pattern he used was more like an enhanced version of hypnosis. This way, Bunyan would not be unable to respond to the outside world due to the influence of the bewitching pattern. Bunyan continued to walk to his hover car. In the process, the shadow attendant stuffed a data card in his pocket. Bunyan pressed a few times on his identity bracelet and opened the hidden video of the identity bracelet. David's glasses could directly see everything in front of Bunyan. Bunyan drove the hover car to a Tordo Fund station. Here, he changed to a spaceship to return to Erdo Satellite. At this time, David went to a safe house that had already been prepared. The safe house had the most advanced photon computer. This safe house was not far from the hotel he was staying in. It was in a basement nearby. The entire basement was made of stone. This was also David's early preparation. In case of an emergency, he could leave directly through the basement. This was his trump card. Entering the safe house, David turned on the photon computer and transferred Bunyan's signal to it. A light screen appeared in the middle of the safe house. On the light screen, Bunyan's spaceship was flying. David was not in a hurry. He sat on the sofa and watched the light screen. Bunyan arrived at Erdo Satellite. Although he was an old man who had worked there for many years, he still went through a strict inspection. This included a genetic check to prevent anyone from pretending to be a staff member and entering Erdo satellite. The Tordo Fund could not be blamed for being so careful. As David's information became more and more complete, the fund's management saw an extremely terrifying saboteur. The biggest suspicion of the Tordo Fund's think tank was that David would use a krypton powder bomb to destroy Erdo satellite. This was why all the inspections were so strict. According to the latest information obtained from the Guardian planet, David had used a krypton powder bomb to destroy the stone-skinned Worm King's nest. This matter was covered up by the military, but it could not escape the attention of those who were interested. More importantly, the military had compensated David with a krypton powder bomb. This meant that David had at least one krypton powder bomb in his hands. The entire Cayenne planet security level had been increased. The military and government of Cayenne planet did not want a krypton powder bomb to explode near Cayenne planet. Coupled with the influence of the Tordo Fund, Cayenne planet fully cooperated with the Tordo Fund's operation. Of course, none of this was announced to the public. No one knew if David would really come. Bunyan accepted all kinds of inspections without any expression on his face. As for the data card he had on him, no one suspected anything. As a data analyst on Erdo satellite, it was normal for him to have a data card. Bunyan walked all the way to the work area. Almost no one greeted him. He was not very popular. This was not because of his temper, but because he was naturally cold. This was also the reason why David chose Bunyan. Among the tens of thousands of staff on Erdo satellite, David had found Bunyan through analysis. Everything was in line with the plan. Bunyan had almost no friends. His work also allowed him to access the internal server. His work environment was also independent. David sat in front of the screen and watched Bunyan walk into his office. So far, the plan was going smoothly. Bunyan poured himself a glass of water as usual. He then took the kettle and watered a few green plants in the office. Only then did he slowly sit in front of the server. Bunyan casually took out the data card from his pocket and inserted it into the server's data card slot. He then began to work. A large number of data streams appeared on the screen in the safe house. With a smile on his face, David crossed his arms and moved his fingers. Then, his fingers began to operate on the screen like a phantom. The Tordo Fund definitely had an electronic countermeasure master. This was the first thought that came to David's mind when he entered the Tordo Fund's internal network. However, unlike the previous hurried breakthroughs, David had enough time and preparation to break the Tordo Fund's security system this time. In order to better crack the Tordo Fund's security system, David even bought some very high-level cracking support equipment through the Kerr Intelligence Organization's channels. Of course, these equipment were not on Cayenne. They were not even in the Cater sector. Instead, they were on Lunka planet in the Iridia sector. David was now connected to the professional equipment on Lunka planet through a hidden interstellar communication system. In a large office on Lunka planet, Master Seeley looked at the three people in the office with a sharp gaze. These three were all electronic countermeasure masters who had signed confidentiality agreements. For the sake of these three electronic countermeasure masters, Master Seeley and Master Alva had put in a lot of effort. They had used all kinds of methods such as bribery, threats, and so on. With the support of all kinds of intelligence, these three electronic countermeasure masters were all invited here because of their different weaknesses. Of course, these three electronic countermeasure masters would also receive a huge amount of credit. Their work was just their own profession. Chapter 413. When the three electronic warfare masters saw what they needed to do, their eyes tensed up. They knew that this was definitely a security system with an extremely high level of defense. However, they couldn't slack off. Not to mention that Master Healy had something on them. Just the fact that Master Healy was glaring at them like a tiger watching its prey, as long as they dared to make any strange movements, this fierce weapon master would definitely kill them on the spot. When they started to crack the security system, they immediately realized that there was a terrifyingly powerful electronic warfare master helping them from afar. Every move they made was coordinated by the other party, which made cracking the security system much easier. In fact, after a few minutes, the three electronic warfare masters all understood where their target was. The three electronic warfare masters couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't an organization from the Elydia Star Zone, even if they were found later, the other party wouldn't be able to do anything to them. This was probably the strongest security system David had ever faced. Fortunately, he was already prepared. He wasn't arrogant enough to think that he could crack the defense of the Erdo satellite with just a remote built-in program. If David could enter the Erdo satellite, as long as he personally came into contact with any terminal, he was confident that he could crack the security system alone. If he could come into contact with the main server, he was 100% confident that he could crack the security system in a short time. However, he already knew about the actions of the Tordo Fund through his own intelligence organization. He knew that it was almost impossible to enter the Erdo satellite. He watched as the Erdo satellite security system was cracked bit by bit. With the inconspicuous data card as a guide, the Erdo satellite's security system was slowly falling apart. In order to not be discovered by the Tordo Fund, the system program of one of the financial companies under the Tordo Fund ran into trouble in the morning. The electronic warfare master from the Tordo Fund was currently solving the problem. It was estimated that this electronic warfare master wouldn't have time to do anything else today, let alone check the internal security system. As for the other electronic warfare masters, there were 4 electronic warfare masters working at the same time. There was no way they would be discovered. The internal security system has been cracked. Hearing the surprised voice from afar, David smiled. However, it wasn't over yet. The internal security system had been successfully cracked. This was only the first step. Then, under the guidance of David, the 3 electronic warfare masters in the distance were shocked when they saw the program that was about to be cracked. This was because what they needed to crack was the weapon control system. This was a system independent of the security system, and its security level was higher. Usually, it was completely managed by the intelligence system named Erdo by the Tordo Fund. Fortunately, the security system had been cracked, allowing the 4 electronic warfare masters to be more relaxed. Coupled with the professional equipment that they had spent a lot of money to buy, the cracking progress bar started again. When the security system was cracked, David entered the security system and searched for the information he was concerned about. Through the Shadow Intelligence System, he had bought some information about the inside of the Erdo satellite, but the information was not as clear as reading it from the inside. The complete map of Erdo satellite was found. David worked with the 3 electronic warfare masters while memorizing the map. At noon, when most of the posts on the Erdo satellite were taking a break, the 4 electronic warfare masters finally finished their work. It could be said that the entire Erdo satellite was still under the control of the Erdo intelligence system. However, in reality, the Erdo intelligence system had long been trapped in the lockdown program set up by the 4 electronic warfare masters. The actual controller was a temporary intelligence system that listened to David. On Lunka Planet, the 3 electronic warfare masters completed their mission. They secretly looked at Master Sealy, hoping that Master Sealy wouldn't kill them to keep it a secret. If what they did this time was exposed, they and Master Sealy wouldn't be able to get away. Masters, don't be nervous. I just received a message from Sir. You guys did very well, but... Master Sealy cut off the call with David and looked at the 3 masters of electronic warfare who were nervous. The 3 electronic warfare masters were even more nervous when they heard that. Because this matter needs to be kept a secret for a short period of time, The three of you will need to stay here for 2 more days. After that, you can leave. Master Seeley continued. Aren't you afraid that the information will be leaked? One of the electronic warfare masters asked doubtfully. The other 2 electronic warfare masters wanted to strangle him to death. Asking like that was asking Master Seeley to kill them. After 2 days, the target that you guys cracked will no longer be a threat, Master Seeley said with a strange expression. He then thought of what happened to the Crimson Fire, Blue Ice, and Shadow Mercenary group. At that time, no one would have thought that David would be able to destroy 3 military bases that could withstand a large-scale attack by himself. Master Seeley had great confidence in David. He believed that as long as David made a move, the Urtua satellite would become a thing of the past. In the core server room of the Urtua satellite, the 2 maintenance robots that were standing on the side suddenly opened their eyes. The original program was replaced by a new program. The maintenance robots walked to a separate server next to the main server room. This was the only server that David couldn't control in the entire core server room. Since there was enough time, David wanted to control the entire Urtua satellite 100%. He didn't want any accidents to happen. Controlling the 2 maintenance robots, he was multitasking. Because the maintenance robots were a little slow, only the 2 maintenance robots could barely keep up with his input speed. The 2 maintenance robots' hands that weren't meant to input code were typing on the server room. Because they were directly operating on the server room, it didn't take long this time. It only took 10 minutes for the server room to be completed. David finally understood why this server room wasn't connected to the entire system. It was because this was the financial server room. All the electronic certificates for transferring credits were installed. As long as the financial server room was authenticated, all the funds in the account could be used. Even the funds of the subordinate companies could be used directly. Although David was already immune to the number of credits, when he saw the billions of credits again, his heart couldn't help but beat faster. He took a few deep breaths and forced himself to calm down. Seeley, tell our financial department to prepare. I have 400 billion credits to deal with. David ordered Master Seeley through the long-distance communication. Yes, sir. Master Seeley's voice was filled with excitement and respect. After Master Seeley ended the call, there was a hint of helplessness on his face. He and Master Alva had worked hard to expand David's influence and earn more credit. However, after working for so long, they didn't even earn a fraction of David's. This was too much of a blow to them. However, because they had to manage the 200 billion credits for David, the company had formed a financial management department to manage the massive amount of credits. David cleaned up everything on the photon computer. Someone would come and clean up the photon computer so that no trace would be left behind. He stood up and left the safe house. His target was a branch of the Tordo Fund. When David was at the door, the scanner scanned him. Then, the security system automatically opened the door for him. At this time, Gary's information in the security system had already become an official employee of the Tordo Fund. His work location was on the Urtua satellite. After boarding the shuttle flew to the Urtua satellite. The inspection was as strict as before. The security personnel used various methods to compare Gary's information with the data in the security system. Of course, no matter how serious their work was, it was useless because Gary's information was indeed in the security system. After passing the inspection, David walked into the Urtua satellite, which was rumored to be heavily guarded. Sitting in the shuttle, David came to the important area of the Urtua satellite. This was the lifeline of the Tordo Fund. The president of the Tordo Fund, Bridges, had his office here. David was so sure because he saw the highest authority of the Tordo Fund through the security system's surveillance. Stepping out of the shuttle, David looked at his ID bracelet as he walked toward the main building. At the entrance of the main building, the security system automatically let him in. This made the security personnel, who were always on alert, not notice him. Sitting in the elevator, David went up to the 45th floor. It was not that he didn't want to go up to the 46th floor, but this was the highest that this ordinary elevator could go. Through the elevator, he could see a garden-style building on each side. These were the residences of the two transcendent. At this time, the two transcendent were in their respective residences. David even knew the specific location of the two transcendent. After all, the residences of the two transcendent were also covered by the overall security system of the Urtua satellite. In the CEO's conference room on the 46th floor, President Bridges was sitting in the main seat. There were not many people sitting there. Including him, there were only 6 people. However, these 6 people represented the 6 major shareholders of the Tordo Fund. They accounted for almost 70% of the Tordo Fund's shares. The 6 of them were the people who decided the fate of the Tordo Fund. They were also the real people in charge of the Tordo Fund. I've said it before. Don't hire only one transcendent just to save money. Now that our assassination of David is very likely to be exposed, we're in a passive position now. A shareholder said loudly as he slammed the table. The Melville Transcendent is a well-known transcendent in the Cater sector. You're asking him to join forces with the other transcendent to deal with Kaji. Is that even possible? Another shareholder retorted. We're fully prepared for David's counterattack. We're just afraid that he won't come. If he comes, he won't be able to go back. A shareholder said forcefully. We don't care about David's personal counterattack, but we have to seriously consider the attitude of the First College of Iridia. We've recently offended Cater Academy, and our influence in the Cater sector has been greatly affected. Many of our businesses have been affected. The Melville Transcendent took action on Planet Monolith. I don't think the First College of Iridia has any reason to stand up for David. The shareholders discussed one after another. President Bridges, who was sitting in the main seat, frowned as he listened. All the shareholders were focused on the impact and consequences of the incident. No one wanted to solve the problem. President Bridges raised his head and gestured for everyone to be quiet. Everyone, we're not here to talk about this today. I've invited everyone here to completely solve the problem of David. We can't let him continue to grow. Hiring the Melville Transcendent used 15 Transcendent crystals. Now that the Melville Transcendent has died because of this mission, the price of hiring another Transcendent will increase. If we hire 2 Transcendent crystals, how many Transcendent crystals will it cost? A shareholder asked hesitantly. The shareholders present did not have to worry about credits because their Tordo Fund was earning credits every day. No matter how large the amount, it did not matter. However, Transcendent crystals were different. Transcendent crystals could not be purchased with credits at all. They could only be exchanged with treasures. That was why the shareholder was hesitant. The price was too high. I can tell you with certainty that David is behind Badu Energy. If we don't pay the price to completely eliminate David, do you want us to become the second Badu Energy? President Bridges said in a deep voice. David was standing outside the president's conference room. Although the door was very thick, he could still hear the voices inside clearly. He waved his hand, and the shadow attendant took out a custom-made exoskeleton armor, a level 3 heavy axe, and a custom-made super-large caliber sniper rifle for him from the space item. David put on the armor at the door of the conference room and changed into Kaji's equipment. The several security personnel sitting in the monitoring room did not notice anything unusual because David was not in the surveillance video at all. President Bridges had transferred everyone on the 46th floor to hold this secret shareholders meeting. Therefore, other than the 6 shareholders on the 46th floor, there was no one else from the Tordo Fund. Of course, President Bridges dared to do this because he believed in his own security system. David controlled the weapon system through his helmet. He was operating 2 heavy laser cannons. This was an energy weapon system that could be used against super-large spaceship. As long as there was enough time to accumulate energy, it could destroy almost everything in front of the laser beam. This was also the most powerful weapon on the entire Tordo satellite. There were only 6 heavy laser cannons on the entire satellite, and only these 2 heavy laser cannons could attack nearby. The staff naturally noticed the abnormality of the heavy laser cannons. They looked up at the sky, thinking that something unusual had happened. However, nothing appeared in the sky. Some staff wanted to report to their superiors, but they found that the communication was cut off. They could not contact anyone at all. The 2 heavy laser cannons began to slowly turn, and their target was the residence of the 2 Transcendent. If it was anyone else operating these heavy laser cannons, as long as they aimed, they would immediately alert the 2 Transcendent. However, the person operating these 2 heavy laser cannons was David, the Sniper Master. The 2 heavy laser cannons did not produce any killing intent. Chapter 4:14. This was similar to how a Sniper Master would use a sniper rifle. The 2 heavy laser cannons were just objects. What actually alerted the Transcendent was the killing intent of the operator. Perhaps it was just a glance or a telepathic connection. The 2 laser cannons were very far away from the homes of the 2 Transcendent. The charging of the 2 laser cannons did not attract the attention of the 2 Transcendent. David also hid all of his killing intent and telepathic connection, making the 2 heavy laser cannons look like ordinary objects. They would not attract the attention of those with powerful telepathic connections. The 2 Transcendent were sitting in their respective rooms. They were doing different things, but at the same time, they noticed that the light in the room suddenly became brighter. How fast was the laser cannons? The attack ended as soon as it started. The 2 Transcendent did not expect that they would still be attacked while sitting in the safety of their home with so many security alarms. Especially because this was their home, which was especially safe, they did not even have time to put on their Transcendent armor until they were hit by the laser cannons. In other words, the 2 Transcendent did not even have time to react before they were killed. The moment the 2 laser cannons were fired, David pushed open the door of the conference room. "Who let you in?" One of the shareholders saw Kaji walking in and could not help but shout angrily. David turned around and closed the door, then walked to an empty seat and sat down. At that moment 2 loud noises were heard, causing the expressions of the 6 people in the conference room to change. What happened outside? One of the shareholders used his ID bracelet to ask his subordinate. However, there was no reply from the ID bracelet. At that moment, all 6 of them knew that something was wrong. They all looked at David at the same time. "Your master David?" President Bridges' expression was the worst. He had seen David's information and had seen this special custom-made exoskeleton armor before. However, he could not believe that David would walk into his conference room like this. It was important to note that it was not just the Tordo Fund and Planet Cayenne. The Tordo Fund was searching for David throughout the entire Cater sector through various connections. The Tordo Fund's security system and the protection of the 2 Transcendent couldn't stop David's arrival. At this moment, President Bridges was really shocked to the extreme. He couldn't understand what was happening in front of him. "President Bridges, you sent Transcendent Melville to kill me on the monolith planet. Naturally, I have to pay you a visit," David said calmly. A shareholder stealthily operated his ID bracelet, wanting to use it to call for security. "Don't bother. Even if the security guards come, I can kill all of you before they enter." David looked at the shareholder who secretly reported the news and said. His voice was very calm, but in the ears of the 6 people, there was a strong sense of threat. "Master David, we admit defeat. What kind of compensation do you want?" President Bridges was a businessman, not a warrior. Therefore, when he saw this situation, he immediately admitted defeat. If you can take out 15 transcendent crystals to ask the transcendent to kill me, then I'll ask you to take out 10 times that amount. It's not much, right? David said with a smile. No, this is extortion. One of the shareholders shouted. Just as he finished speaking, David reached his hand behind his back. A green light swept past, and one of the shareholders' arms flew into the air. If anyone has any objections, please continue, David said as he shook off the blood on the level 3 heavy axe and put it back behind his back. Only the scream of the shareholder could be heard in the conference room. The rest of the shareholders were pale. They were all people who had been in high positions for a long time. They had always been the ones who attacked others. They had never seen it happen to themselves. The higher the position of a person, the more they feared death. Master David, I can give you 150 transcendent crystals. However, even if you take the transcendent crystals, you can't leave here. The 2 transcendent will not let you leave. President Bridges looked at David and said in a deep voice, President Bridges, why do you think the 2 screams were for? David asked with a smile. President Bridges' eyes flashed with disbelief when he heard David's words. He had never thought that the 2 transcendent that he relied heavily on would be in trouble. David waved his hand, and a holographic screen appeared in the conference room. This was the device inside the conference room. At this moment, it was like David's own house. On the holographic screen, the 2 transcendents' houses were penetrated by 2 long scorch marks. Many Kaji were gathering there. My trophies are there. I don't like people stealing my trophies. David seemed to be talking to himself. Then, the defense missiles of the Erdo satellite were activated. Defense missiles flew towards the Kaji. Explosions and flames appeared on the holographic screen. There were many Kaji on the Erdo satellite. There were originally more than 500 Kaji. With the addition of the newly transferred ones, there were now nearly 1,500 Kaji. At this moment, the defense missiles on the Erdo satellite targeted all the Kaji. After the defense missiles were activated, they flew towards these Kaji. The Tordo Fund was rich. They had nearly 10,000 defense missiles. Therefore, they only activated a small portion of them. All the Kaji were targeted. At the same time, the air defense rapid-fire cannons began to show their power. The patrol spaceships flying in the sky were shot down one by one. The entire Erdo satellite was in the middle of an explosion. You're the devil. One of the shareholders was frightened by the scene on the holographic screen. He pointed at David and mumbled, No, I'm scarier than the devil. David said calmly. If he didn't have the means, these defense missiles would have attacked him. Since the Tordo Fund wanted to kill him, he would not show any mercy. Master David, what do you want? President Bridges asked in a deep voice. He didn't believe that David was only here for the transcendent crystal. I'm here to solve a problem. I know you have the shares of the Tordo Fund in your hand. I just need you to sign this. Of course, you can choose not to sign. I will let those who don't sign die first until someone is willing to sign. David smiled and showed the electronic transfer contract to the 6 people. The transfer contract was a contract to transfer the shares under one's name. On the other side of the contract were 6 unknown companies. These 6 companies were shell companies set up in the Elydia star sector through the Kerr Intelligence Organization. Master David, do you think you can get the shares just because we signed the contract? President Bridges asked in a deep voice. He knew what David was thinking and his eyes flashed with disdain. The Tordo Fund was huge. Although they had 70% of the shareholders, these shares involved a lot of benefits. How could it be transferred so easily? You don't have to worry about that. As long as you sign the contract and give me 150 transcendent crystals, I will leave immediately, David said. The 6 shareholders looked at each other. They didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Okay, we'll sign it, President Bridges said first. He pressed his ID bracelet on the contract and authorized it. In fact, he had signed the contract. However, if he really wanted to execute this contract, just the legal troubles alone would be too much for David to handle. Not to mention the principle of nullification of contracts, the relevant stakeholders would also make David's contract void. The other 5 shareholders signed the transfer contract one by one. David had already specified the shares under their names. At this time, all of their shares were transferred. David looked at the transfer contract and put it away with satisfaction. "Master David, this is the transcendent crystal you wanted. How did you know how much I have in stock?" President Bridges opened the safe beside him and took out the box containing the transcendent crystal. He didn't open it and directly pushed it to David. David didn't answer. He couldn't say that he had the shadow attendant go into the safe to confirm when he came in just now. In fact, even if President Bridges didn't agree, he would open the safe himself before he left and take all the transcendent crystal by force. Not to mention the value of the transcendent crystal, would David leave the transcendent crystal and let the Tordo Fund use the transcendent crystal to find the transcendent crystal to kill him? David took the box in his hand. He didn't even check it. He stood up and turned to leave. "Master David, what are you going to do with this transfer contract?" President Bridges couldn't help but ask loudly before David walked out of the conference room. "With my ability to destroy Erdo's satellite, I want to see who dares to stop me from taking these shares," David said in a low voice. After that, he opened the door of the conference room and left. "Destroy Erdo's satellite. He wants to destroy Erdo's satellite." A shareholder's voice became shrill. "Let's get out of here." Another shareholder stood up and ran to the door of the conference room. However, he found that the door couldn't be opened at all. The conference room was in a mess. 6 powerful people were crazily banging on the door for their lives. However, they also knew that it was futile. The security here was the tightest. How could the door be broken open so easily? Outside the door that they didn't see, there was a krypton crystal powder bomb blocking the door. This was the last gift that David left for Erdo's satellite. David wasn't interested in the 70% shares. He had obtained these transfer contracts. After the death of the 6 shareholders of the Tordo Fund and the destruction of Erdo's satellite, he could take advantage of the fragile opportunity of 400 billion credits being taken away from the Tordo Fund. He could make the remaining shareholders of the Tordo Fund unable to save the Tordo Fund. Just now, David had used the financial server to transfer all the funds of the Tordo Fund and its subsidiaries, 400 billion credits, into a hidden account. An automatic program began to operate the 400 billion credits continuously. Although this amount of credits was a huge number, it would disappear very quickly after many anonymous transfers. Unless multiple banks would expose the information of their anonymous accounts at the same time, otherwise, it would be impossible to find out. Anonymous accounts were too sensitive. No bank would dare to risk revealing the information of an anonymous account. David left the main building and directly flew into the sky, flying towards the residence of a transcendent. At this time, Erdo's satellite was in a mess. Kaji was almost completely slaughtered. Some of the ordinary staff, who were close to Kaji, were also severely injured. There were screams everywhere. The shadow attendant was like a greedy vampire. It kept flashing around and absorbing souls. David's main target was the souls of the 2 transcendent. However, he didn't know if the souls of the 2 transcendent still existed after all this time. He was very fast. He arrived at the residence of the first transcendent. The residence was mostly intact. Only the scorch mark and the charred corpse attracted attention. A few staff members were surrounding the transcendent's corpse. They seemed to want to check the situation. David descended from the sky, shocking the staff members. David ignored them. The shadow attendant didn't absorb the transcendent's soul. This made him very disappointed. He took out the grade 3 heavy axe and chopped off the transcendent's arm. He then put away the spatial bracer. One of the staff members wanted to say something, but his mouth was covered by a few other staff members. They watched in horror as David flew into the sky and flew towards the other Transcendent's residence. In the residence of the two Transcendent, David obtained 2 spatial bracers. Because of their reverence for the Transcendent, no one would take the Transcendent's spatial bracers. This saved David a lot of trouble. Next, David flew around the nearby sky. This was where the Kaji gathered. The shadow attendant had absorbed a lot of souls. David landed in a hangar. This was the private hangar of the Tordo Fund's CEO, Bridges. A few maintenance robots were checking the condition of the spaceship. David entered the hangar and saw the refreshed data on the helmet. This spaceship was a cruise ship. Cruise ships were a special type of spaceship. Its biggest label was its luxury. Every cruise ship was so expensive that ordinary rich people wouldn't dare to ask about it. David boarded the cruise ship. This cruise ship could accommodate 100 people. It was pure white and used a lot of transparent materials. It tried its best to integrate space and the interior of the ship. 5 maintenance robots carried a server into the hangar. This server had its own Krypton energy source, so it didn't need an external power source. This was brought over from the core computer room. It was the main server of the Tordo AI system. David activated the cruise ship. He used the security system to change the authority of the cruise ship to himself. Now, he easily took control of the cruise ship. The cruise ship took off. This was the only spaceship in the sky. The other spaceships were shot down by the rapid-fire anti-air cannons and defense missiles. Seeing the cruise ship take off, some spaceships thought that the sky was safe. A few other spaceships also took off. However, as soon as they took off, they were shot to pieces by the rapid-fire anti-air cannons. The cruise ship accelerated very quickly. Not long after the cruise ship left the Tordo satellite, the Krypton powder bomb exploded. With the CEO's conference room as the center, everything within a 3-kilometer radius was turned into nothing. Then, the security system on the Tordo satellite treated all the people on the Tordo satellite as intruders. All kinds of weapons were activated and attacked any living creatures. After losing Kaji, no one on the Tordo satellite could compete with the security system. Blood flowed on the Tordo satellite. Chapter 4:15. After the cruise ship left Erdo satellite, David got busy on the cruise ship. He spent an hour to completely change the highest authority of Erdo's AI system. This was only possible after he lowered the energy supply of Erdo's AI system to the lowest possible level. Erdo's AI system had been growing in the Tordo Fund for God knows how many years. The long period of learning made its defense almost impregnable. If David didn't reduce its energy supply, it would be almost impossible for him to change the highest authority level. After changing the highest authority level, the owner of Erdo's AI system became David's. David spent some more time setting up a super long-distance flight path for Erdo's AI system. He then left the cruise ship in space near Cayenne. The cruise ship was handed over to Erdo's AI system. The engine switched to warp drive in front of David's eyes. The cruise ship instantly accelerated to light speed and disappeared. This was David's first time using the exoskeleton armor to enter the atmosphere. Of course, his exoskeleton armor already had this function, but he never had the chance to use it before. Grade 3 defensive exoskeleton armor. During the process of entering the atmosphere, the heat was completely isolated from the exoskeleton armor. He fell towards Cayenne like a meteor. The Skynet of Cayenne didn't notice David. Because of his small size, Skynet would think that he was a meteor and wouldn't pay attention to him. The size of David's exoskeleton armor was many times smaller than even the smallest single-person shuttle. Plus, there were very few exoskeleton armors that could fly, and even fewer exoskeleton armors that could enter the atmosphere. Therefore, the Skynet of Cayenne didn't suspect this small object that was almost ignored. The Cayenne government and military were extremely busy right now. The police and military had all received the news that something had happened to Erdo satellite. Of course, needless to say, the Krypton crystal powder bomb, tens of thousands of defensive missiles, and all sorts of weapons were activated. The explosion and the crash of a large number of spaceships had already alerted the spaceships near Erdo satellite that were outside the attack range. These spaceships then spread the news of what had happened. The news had already spread all over Kion. There were even people on Kion who saw the Krypton crystal powder bomb with their own eyes. Especially when the police and military spacecraft arrived at Dalto satellite, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Tens of thousands of defensive missiles, coupled with the Krypton crystal powder bomb, turned the entire Ertuas satellite into a wasteland. The crazy security system treated everyone on the Ertuas satellite as intruders, and the consequences were disastrous. There were no living people on the Ertuas satellite. No matter where they hid, the security system with a powerful scanning ability could find them. The security system used defensive weapons, security robots everywhere, and even maintenance robots and cleaning robots to clean up the last survivors hiding in various places. Even Kaji, who was part of the military and the police, was attacked by the security system when he boarded the Erdo satellite. Of course, after using up all the defensive missiles, the attack power of the security system was extremely weak. It was no threat to the Kaji. David landed a few dozen kilometers away from Dudo City. He had the shadow attendant put the exoskeleton armor back into his portal ring. Then, he used Gary's identity bracelet to get on a public transport hover car and re-enter Dudo City. After returning to the small hotel, David didn't contact Distance again. Instead, he ordered takeout in the hotel room. While he was eating, he heard an alarm outside the window, followed by a knock on the door. "Mr. Gary, we've been notified that Kion Star has been placed on lockdown. If you have any plans to leave, please cancel them. Also, you need to register your information again and cooperate with the police investigation," a hotel attendant said to David. Behind the hotel attendant, 2 police officers entered the room and scanned the room. They looked at the equipment in their hands and nodded to David. The 2 police officers looked very serious. Normally, such an obvious violation of David's rights would require at least a search warrant, but there wasn't one today. David didn't say anything. He understood that the incident on the Erdo satellite must have been exposed, which was why the police had such a reaction. David cooperated and used his identity bracelet to register his information again. The 2 police officers watched from the side as David finished everything. When they found that there were no problems, they went to the room next door with the hotel attendant to continue the investigation. The 2 police officers didn't think that David was the murderer. David's information was very clear. Even when he ordered takeout in the room, it showed that David was an ordinary person. Therefore, the investigation passed without a hitch. Of course, no matter how careful the 2 police officers were, they couldn't find any flaws in David. The glasses on David's face alone were worth millions of credit. It wasn't something a normal police officer could identify. David thought that the lockdown would take at least a few days. He didn't expect the lockdown to end at night. On one hand, the investigation of the outsiders in Dutu City and Kion Planet went very smoothly. They didn't find anything unusual. On the other hand, according to the information provided by some spaceships near the Erdo satellite, a spaceship left the Erdo satellite after the incident. Therefore, the military and the police believed that the murderer left with the spaceship, so they ended the lockdown on Kion Planet. It was important to note that every minute of lockdown on a planet was a huge loss. No one knew that the murderer who destroyed the Erdo satellite was on Kion Planet. The next day, David saw his battle results on the news. The Tordo Fund had been running the satellite for many years. It was a super-working satellite that combined office, life, and leisure. However, it was now a scene of devastation. The Cayenne Planet Police said that the murderer had been successfully tracked down and was running away in space. The police would do everything they could to pursue the murderer. David used this news as a reason to leave Cayenne Planet, just like many outsiders, to avoid being affected by the incident. It doesn't matter who the murderer is. We must catch the murderer. This is a provocation to Cayenne Planet. It is a provocation to the entire legal system. Cayenne Planet's chief executive looked at everyone in the meeting room and said in a deep voice. Everyone in the meeting room had their guesses about the murderer who was running away because they knew about the Tordo Fund's actions before this. The Tordo Fund had spent so much just to prevent one person from taking revenge. Now that the Erdo satellite was destroyed, 6 major shareholders of the Tordo Fund were killed, and 2 Transcendent had died on the Erdo satellite. They were even more certain that the person they suspected was David. The reason was simple. There were not many people who could threaten 2 Transcendent, and there were even fewer people who could kill 2 Transcendent at the same time. One of them was David, who could use heavy defense weapons to kill the Transcendent. David's battle results on the Guardian planet had shocked many Transcendent. A level 3 Zerg that was so powerful that 14 Transcendent could not handle was killed by David using a shipborne weapon on a Guardian ship. If David had control of the Tordo Fund's defensive weapons, those weapons would be even more powerful than the ones on the Guardian ship. It would not be impossible for him to kill 2 Transcendent. The most important thing was the murderer's style of doing things. It was the same style as Badu Energy. He had robbed the Tordo Fund of its credit. Since the Erdo satellite was destroyed, the exact number of credits that had been robbed was unknown. However, based on the numbers gathered from various parties and some estimates, the amount of credits that had been transferred away was more than 300 billion. The huge amount of credits had disappeared after being traded many times in a very professional manner. According to some reports, it had been confirmed that the Tordo Fund had carried out an assassination not long ago. The Melville Transcendent who had participated in the assassination had been killed by David. This made the officials of Planet Cayenne agree that David was the murderer. The military has sent a fleet to track it down. With the help of the military's scanning equipment, there is no way that spaceship can escape, the military representative said confidently. Although the cruise ship's warp engine had been activated, it was different with the military's help. There were professional scanning equipment that could calculate the direction the cruise ship was heading based on the energy left behind by the warp engine in space. Even if the cruise ship used an extremely advanced warp engine, it would not be able to outrun the military's fleet in terms of speed. The fleet had sent back news that they had tracked down the spaceship. As long as the spaceship left warp mode, they would be able to catch up and take control of it. The government has sent a commissioner to Planet Monolith. Once they catch him, they will immediately ask the local police to cooperate and search his house. We must find the relevant evidence to prove this case. I don't want him to have any chance of escaping, the governor said in a serious tone. We will send someone over immediately, a relevant person replied. The governor had a close relationship with the Tordo Fund. Everyone could see that he wanted to make sure that David could not make a comeback. Although they could convict David after catching him, more evidence would reduce a lot of trouble. In their opinion, David had been on Planet Monolith before, so the location of the plan to attack the Erdo satellite should be on Planet Monolith. To attack the Erdo satellite, especially the heavily guarded Erdo satellite, without careful preparation, it was impossible. Therefore, there must be a lot of relevant information on Planet Monolith. There might even be more relevant clues that could help them find more relevant people. As for the military, if that person resists, you can kill him on the spot. The governor hesitated for a moment before saying in a deep voice, Sir, if it is really that person, and he has a gold star medal, without any final evidence, the most we can do is to make him lose his ability to resist. Killing him on the spot is out of the question. The military representative rejected directly this time. The military could help catch criminals, but David had the military's Gold Star medal, so the military had to consider the impact of military merit. If the military didn't value such an important military merit medal, then who would care about military merit medals? Although there were no written rules, the military handled it this way. The military of Planet Cayenne did not want to make an exception and break the military rules. The impact would be too great, and it was not something they could bear. Then catch him. We must not let him escape. The governor clenched his fist and said in a deep voice. David returned to Planet Monolith on the 6th day. When he appeared in front of Hans, Hans was obviously relieved. 6 days ago, Hans heard about what happened in Erdo City. He was especially worried when he heard that the military was tracking the culprit. However, David had told him before he left, so he could only hold it in and pretend that he did not know anything. Hans could not sleep for the past few days. If his body was not so different from before, his body would have collapsed a long time ago. Father, I'm sorry for making you worry. David looked at Hans's bloodshot eyes and said guiltily. It's good that you're back. Hans waved his hand and said with a smile. He did not have anything to say about David's way of doing things. He also came back from the battlefield, and mercy to his enemies did not exist. The only thing Hans cared about was David's safety. Now that David had returned safely, nothing else mattered. Hans thought of something important and said quickly, By the way, Galen came to see you these past few days. I told him that you were in an important period of cultivation. I can see that Galen probably guessed it. Also, your identity bracelet could not be connected. The transcendent Kenny from your college also contacted me to ask about you. I used the same excuse to reply. I'll show up today. All the trouble is solved, David said with a smile. As long as there was no evidence, with his current status, no one could do anything to him. Even if someone guessed that he was the culprit, so what? Previously, Badu Energy also guessed that he was the culprit. Many Transcendent even believed that he was the culprit. However, there was no evidence. David was not caught on the spot, and even some indirect evidence was not very useful to him. David's wealth was enough to hire a group of lawyers. Any organization that wanted to fight a lawsuit against him would have to consider a long and drawn-out legal battle. Usually, such a long legal battle would not have a result. The lawyers on both sides would restrict and compromise with each other, and in the end, nothing would be settled. Ordinary credits did not have much effect on the Transcendent, but the impact on ordinary society was too great. In space, a fleet of 20 warships was traveling in a beam of light. Among them, 5 reconnaissance ships were in front, and 15 frigates followed closely behind, forming a battle formation. On one of the corvettes, Captain Darrell was communicating with the other captains. Captain Dreyer was the captain of this fleet. He was in charge of the mission of tracking the target spaceship. At first, he thought that this was a simple mission. No matter how advanced the civilian spaceship was, it could not be compared to military warships that were built without caring about the cost. Moreover, entering warp mode was not so easy. After a long period of operation, the warp engine needed to exit warp mode and cool down for a while before continuing. Chapter 4:16. The warp drive of the military warship was of the best quality. It was not something the spaceship in front could compare to, so Captain Darrell was very confident. In 6 days, the warp drive of all the warships in the fleet was about to reach its limit. They had to leave warp drive. However, the spaceship in front was still continuing. It had no intention of leaving warp drive. Captain, our warp drive is showing signs of overloading. We can't risk the lives of the crew. The captain of a scout ship in front pleaded. Yes, Captain. Even if we stop the warp drive now, we have to repair it when we get back. Another captain added. Captain Darrell looked at the screen in front of him. His frigate's data was also on it. The constant flashing red on the warp drive also indicated that his warp drive could not hold on anymore. The fleet has left warp drive. Report to headquarters that the operation has failed. Captain Darrell said in a deep voice. The fleet of 20 warships decelerated and left warp drive. However, the cruise ship in front of them was still flying at warp drive. Captain Darrell had been in this line of work for more than 20 years, and this was the first time he had failed to complete a mission. This made him extremely depressed. No one would have thought that there was no one on the cruise ship. The Erdo AI was managing everything on the cruise ship, including the warp drive. With a set of programs written by David, the Erdo AI could more accurately control the warp drive's most balanced operation. David was a spaceship pilot, spaceship maintenance master, mechanical maintenance master, and electronic warfare master. With this knowledge, he created a set of driving programs for the cruise ship. With the Erdo AI's execution, the warp drive's running time was more than doubled. This made the military's warships unable to keep up. In the government building in Perrin City, Monolith, the secretary walked into Mayor Bernard's office with a middle-aged man in a suit. My name is Kegthor. I'm from Cater Sector. This is my ID. This is a search warrant issued by the Justice Department of Cayenne Sector. Please cooperate. Commissioner Kegthor looked at Mayor Bernard and showed his ID. Perrin City was a small city. Mayor Bernard did not have much power. Commissioner Kegthor, who represented Cayenne Sector, was a few levels higher than Mayor Bernard in terms of position. However, Mayor Bernard only glanced coldly at the search warrant and ID card and rejected in a deep voice, "You have to get permission from the Justice Department of the Monolith Planet to conduct a case across star fields." Mayor Bernard, do you know what David did? That's a big case with 50,000 deaths. You have to think carefully. If you affect the case, you'll be in big trouble. Commissioner Kegthor was a little anxious. His words carried a hint of threat. There was nothing Commissioner Cogsall could do. He had just received news from Planet Cayenne that the military's pursuit had failed. At present, the only hope to convict David was to search David's house and find the relevant evidence and clues. Of course, Commissioner Cogsall could go to Planet Monolith's Justice Bureau and ask for assistance. However, he had to consider David's identity. David's teacher, Galen Transcendent, was the government's guardian transcendent. With such an identity, the Monolith government would definitely stand on David's side. Therefore, Commissioner Cogsall chose to go to Mayor Bernard directly. As long as he got the evidence, it would be too late even if Galen Transcendent intervened. However, Commissioner Cogsall did not know about David's influence in Perrin City. Not to mention the personal relationship between David and Mayor Bernard would not help an outsider deal with the hero who saved Perrin City. The 50,000 deaths that Commissioner Cogsall mentioned might have affected people in a peaceful area, but this was a war zone. A single attack from the Zerg could cause the destruction of a small city, which meant the death of hundreds of thousands or even millions of people. Mayor Bernard, who had long been used to death, did not react as Commissioner Cogsall had imagined when he heard about the death of 50,000 people. Commissioner Cogsall, when you mention Master David in Perrin City, please add the title Master. Believe it or not, as long as I tell others that you want to search David's house, you won't be able to enjoy any service in any hotel or restaurant in Perrin City. You won't even be able to use any means of transportation. Mayor Bernard sneered. Commissioner Cogsall looked at Mayor Bernard and could not say a word. He did not expect David to have such great influence. At this moment, Mayor Bernard's secretary ran in surprise. He quickly walked to Mayor Bernard's side and whispered a few words in his ear. Mayor Bernard's face immediately lit up. Commissioner Cogsall, if you want to search Master David's house, then you have to ask Master David yourself. Mayor Bernard said with a smile. What? David is back? Commissioner Cogsall almost jumped to his feet as he shouted. He knew from the news from planet Kion that no matter how fast David's spaceship was, it would take at least 20 days to return to planet Monolith. It should be noted that the spaceship had left the nearest portal. After escaping the pursuit of the military fleet, it had immediately turned towards the nearest portal. It would take more than 10 days in between, and with the time needed to pass through the war zone's defensive line, it was impossible for David to appear here at this time. Commissioner Cogsall, I still have to remind you. Please call him Master David. Also, Master David is only training behind closed doors. I think you have heard about this. Now that Master David is done with his training, he will naturally come out. Mayor Bernard corrected him. Commissioner Cogsall did not have time to pay attention to Mayor Bernard. He turned and left. He needed to investigate this matter as soon as possible and then report it to Planet Kion. In a restaurant, Commissioner Cogsall saw David eating with a few friends. Commissioner Cogsall had all of David's information, so he naturally recognized David at a glance. At this time, he had already lost his previous confidence. He now suspected that the police and military's judgment was wrong, and that David was innocent. Commissioner Cogsall used his ID bracelet to record a video of David eating. During the process, David turned his head and glanced at him. In fact, David saw Commissioner Cogsall's movements. Beside Commissioner Cogsall, the shadow attendant had been observing him. Commissioner Cogsall's observation was hostile. This made David vigilant as soon as he entered the restaurant and looked at David. However, because Commissioner Cogsall did not pose any danger to him, he did not ask too much. After the Tordo Fund lost the cash flow of credits, all the companies were in trouble. The Tordo Fund had a complete second management system. The chaos did not last long before the second management system took over. The second management system reorganized all the subordinate companies. After selling some of the worthless assets and obtaining enough credits, these subordinate companies also stabilized. Due to the second management system's decisiveness and speed, the other forces did not have the chance to divide the Tordo Fund during the entire process. After a week of chaos, the Tordo Fund began to return to normal. Although David had applied for leave, he had been away from the Guardian planet for a long time. In addition, Hans's body had recovered, and there was Transcendent Galen to take care of him. This made him feel a lot more at ease. Of course, the most important thing was that he had dealt a heavy blow to the Tordo Fund, the opponent who had been trying to assassinate him. At least, the opponent would not have the energy to threaten him in the short term. As long as the Tordo Fund did not have the energy to deal with him in the short term, the Tordo Fund would not stand a chance in the future. This time, David did not take his high-speed spaceship back to the Guardian planet. The high-speed spaceship was locked behind the Thundersnake modified spaceship by the traction system. After receiving his order, the Thundersnake modified spaceship was piloted by Captain Hopper from planet Lunka in the Iridia star zone. It was because he had used the Gaussian cannons on the frigate to kill the Stoneskin Worm King that he brought the Thundersnake modified spaceship back to the Guardian planet. That was why everyone who wanted to kill him was wary. With the Thundersnake modified spaceship, he could use the 10 Gaussian cannons on the Guardian planet to hunt level 3 insectoids and accumulate enough credits faster. Sir! Captain Hopper and the crew stood on both sides of the cabin door and greeted David respectfully. Captain Hopper and the crew were proud. As the captain of Transcendent Castle's personal spaceship, he had crossed the war zone's defense line many times. With Transcendent Castle's reputation on the warring planet, he naturally received enough respect. After following David, he thought that it would take a long time for him to achieve the same status as before. However, he was wrong. When he came to planet Monolith from the Iridia star zone and arrived at the war zone's defense line, he was treated with great care when he found out that this was David's spaceship. Captain Hopper could even feel that this was even more important than when he was with Transcendent Castle. Thank you for your hard work. David smiled and nodded at Captain Hopper and the crew. Other than Captain Hopper, the rest of the crew began to get busy with their own task. Captain Hopper followed behind David. This time, you're following me to the Guardian planet. Have you talked to the crew? David asked as he walked. Unlike David's spaceship, this one had a professional crew. Although there were only a dozen people, they were going to suffer on the Guardian planet with David. Sir, you've given us great benefits. Besides, we live on the warring planet. Compared to the Guardian planet, life on the warring planet is much more difficult. The crew is already used to it. Captain Hopper replied confidently. I'll discuss this with the First College of Iridia. Usually, the spaceship will be parked in the base's hangar. Also, I have some shares in the SLA Combat College's base. It's almost finished, so you can park there. I'll think of a way to provide you with food. David said. Don't worry, sir. I've already replenished my supplies on planet Monolith. We won't have to worry about food for at least half a year. If we don't care about the taste of the food, our spaceship can survive for 10 years. Captain Hopper reported. David nodded with satisfaction. Captain Hopper was very experienced, so he did not need to worry too much about these things. When the Thundersnake modified spaceship entered the Fifth Fleet's airspace, an obviously strengthened frigate approached the Thundersnake modified spaceship and requested to dock. In space, the hatches of the two warships were connected through a connecting channel. This time, David and Captain Hopper stood at the hatch to welcome the guests. Rear Admiral Compton Transcendent did not bring any attendant. He walked over alone. General Compton, we meet again, David said with a smile. Master David, I was rude last time. I should have met you in person. Compton Transcendent said with an apologetic look. Last time, when David passed by the Fifth Fleet, Compton Transcendent had met David through a video call. For a Transcendent, this was already very important to David. However, it was different this time. Although David did not admit that he had something to do with the destruction of Erdo satellite, it was clear to everyone that only David had the motive and ability to do so. No one else had the means to do so. This was also related to David's experience. From the first 3 mercenary groups to Badu Energy, it was clear that David had the ability to destroy an armed base. However, the destruction of Erdo's satellite this time was too unexpected. With that kind of defense system and the protection of 2 Transcendent, David still succeeded in the end. This made Compton Transcendent have to pay more attention to David, which was why he had come to visit him in person. I was in a hurry. Otherwise, I would have visited you. David replied politely. David and Compton Transcendent walked side by side to the cabin hall, which required them to pass through a long passage. On both sides of the passage, there were dozens of display cabinets with various exhibits. While Compton Transcendent was chatting with David and tasting the exhibits, he suddenly stopped. In one of the display cabinets, there was a broken Transcendent armor separated by a transparent partition. This was the first time Compton Transcendent saw someone using Transcendent equipment for display. Although the Transcendent armor was broken, the materials were still useful. It could still be used after some repairs. Of course, David knew this as well. It was easy to repair the extraordinary armor, and the cost was in credits, which was nothing to him at the moment. However, repairing the Transcendent armor had a prerequisite, which was that the person who repaired it must be a Transcendent. If it was just a broken Transcendent armor, it would be fine. However, David now had 2 broken Transcendent armors and 4 intact Transcendent armors. This made him lose the idea of repairing the Transcendent armor. He might as well use the broken Transcendent armor as decorations to fill up the display cabinet. David did not know how much of an impact his actions would have on Compton Transcendent. Even though Compton Transcendent was working in the military, it was not easy to get level 3 materials. They had to do dangerous missions to exchange for them. Compton Transcendent shook his head and continued forward. Soon, he saw the second broken transcendent armor. Master David, this is too wasteful. Compton Transcendent finally could not hold back and said. Chapter 4:17. Compton Transcendent had been chatting with David in a friendly manner ever since. David's demonstration had made Compton Transcendent treat David as an equal to the Transcendent. Compton Transcendent only left when the Thundersnake modified spaceship was about to arrive at the portal. Compton Transcendent was there to establish a friendship with David, as well as to guide David personally. Of course, this was just a formality, but it also showed Compton Transcendent's attitude toward David. The Thundersnake modified spaceship passed through the portal and David arrived at the third space fleet. Again, the guide was more enthusiastic than the last time. Not long after David returned to the Guardian planet, a group of more than 500 lawyers gathered on planet Cayenne. These lawyers included many well-known law firms from the Ilidia and Cater-Star regions. There were more than 50 of them who were famous lawyers. Just hiring these lawyers alone would cost a huge amount of credits, not to mention how long the job would last. It was the 5th of November. The weather was fine. At 10 o'clock in the morning, hover cars stopped in front of the Tordo Fund's new office building in Dudo City. Then, lawyers in formal suits walked down from the hover cars. Each of them had a briefcase in their hands. They were divided into 6 groups and lined up as they walked toward the Tordo Fund's new office building. The Tordo Fund incident was still ongoing. There were still reporters outside the Tordo Fund's new office building who happened to see this scene. They immediately started filming. "Who are you looking for?" The lady at the front desk was already shocked when she saw the formation of more than 500 lawyers. She could only force herself to calm down and ask professionally. "We've been asked by a company to meet the Tordo Fund CEO. Lawyer Macaulay was the leader of this mission." He spoke to the lady at the front desk in a deep voice. "Please wait for a moment. I need to report." The lady at the front desk knew this was not something she could handle. She had already sent a message to her superior. Her current mission was to appease these lawyers. "It's 10:05 now. If no one meets us before 10:20, we won't negotiate with you anymore. We'll go through the legal process." Lawyer Macaulay glanced at the time on his bracelet and said calmly, "As long as the people from the Erdo Foundation weren't stupid, they wouldn't leave a group of 500 lawyers like this here." In less than 2 minutes, the CEO's assistant jogged over. Normally, the CEO of a megacorporation like the Tordo Fund was very busy. It was impossible to meet him without an appointment. Not to mention that the Ertua Foundation was in the most troublesome stage recently, and the new CEO was naturally even busier. The CEO of Amherst, who had just taken over the Tordo Fund, still met with the lawyers in the largest conference room in the building. The CEO of Amherst did not dare to ignore such a big occasion. In the conference room, there were 10 lawyers and more than 30 staff members from various departments in the Tordo Fund. This was because the CEO of Amherst had specially asked for more people to be in the conference room. Otherwise, there would not be so many people. But even so, compared to the huge number and aura of 500 lawyers, it was on a completely different level. Therefore, the CEO of Amherst could feel his side's weakness even before the meeting. "Lawyer Macaulay, may I know what you need from the Tordo Fund?" The CEO of Amherst wanted to take the initiative and asked first. "President Amherst, I'm here on behalf of Ironwood Company, Pinewood Company, Yangmu Company, Birch Company, Oak Company, and Cunninghamia Wood Company. I'm here to request the Erdo Foundation to assume the rights and interests corresponding to their shares." Macaulay listed out the names of the companies. The CEO of Amherst's expression changed slightly. He could tell that these companies were not official companies. They were more like names that were given at the last minute. He was also 100% sure that they had never had any disputes with these 6 companies regarding their shares. However, the CEO of Amherst also understood that since there were 500 lawyers here, it meant that there were no legal issues. Otherwise, these lawyers would not have come. Lawyer Macaulay, I need to see the relevant information to prove that these 6 companies have shares in the Tordo Fund. The CEO of Amherst waved his hand at the lawyer beside him and said to Macaulay, "Of course, this is the share transfer agreement of the 6 companies. This is the relevant document from the government. This is a notarial document from a notary organization." Lawyer Macaulay casually took out a paper document from his briefcase and placed it on the table. He then pushed it over. The 500 lawyers were not hired for nothing. Under the coordination of Mr. Macaulay, the 50 lawyers demonstrated their abilities. In just a few days, they had used various connections to authenticate the equity transfer agreement, so that there was no doubt about the legitimacy of the equity transfer agreement. The CEO of Amherst took the document and read it one by one. The more he read, the more shocked he became. Even his hands were trembling uncontrollably. 70% of the Tordo Fund's shares had been transferred to these 6 shell companies. He looked at the time when the shares were transferred. It was not long before the Tordo satellite was destroyed. The CEO of Amherst was almost certain that the person who hired these 500 lawyers was the murderer. "You are robbers. I don't recognize these 6 transfer agreements." The CEO of Amherst slammed the document in his hand on the table and said in a deep voice, "CEO of Amherst, it doesn't matter whether you recognize them or not. These 6 agreements are protected by the law. We are here today to inform you that we will take back the shares of the Tordo Fund as soon as possible. We will take back the benefits that our client deserves," Lawyer Macaulay said with a smile. The 10 lawyers of the Tordo Fund took the document and started to examine it. Although the CEO of Amherst had made his stance clear, as lawyers, they still had to complete their jobs. The electronic signature of the original shareholder could not be displayed on the paper document, but there was the relevant notarization, so there was not much to question. Moreover, the electronic contract could be checked. The corresponding serial number on the paper document could be checked at any time. "We will leave these documents behind. From this afternoon onwards, we will start to carry out our duties." Lawyer Macaulay stood up and said goodbye to the CEO of Amherst, not bothering with the work of the 10 lawyers. He did not intend to give the Tordo Fund too much time to prepare. The reason he had gathered a powerful team of 500 lawyers was to strike a thunderous blow. Lawyer Macaulay, who had a close relationship with David, started this mission with 10 billion credits after receiving David's commission. If the Tordo Fund was still a megacorporation with a huge amount of cash flow, Lawyer Macaulay would still be very worried about whether he could win. However, it was different now. The Tordo Fund's funds were tight. Compared to Lawyer Macaulay, who had 10 billion credits and was prepared first, the Tordo Fund was in a passive position. Why had the CEO of Amherst not received the relevant news before this? Based on the actions of the lawyers everywhere, the relevant news should have reached the CEO of Amherst a long time ago. This was because of the effect of the credit. This kind of case was actually a competition of strength and credit. In terms of strength, the Tordo Fund had just suffered a huge blow, and its influence was at its lowest point. On the other hand, Lawyer Macaulay had displayed a powerful team of 500 lawyers, which, to a certain extent, closed the huge gap between them. In addition, the sudden attack had increased Lawyer Macaulay's chances of winning. As for the credits, it was believed that the Tordo Fund did not even have 1 billion credits on hand. Most importantly, once the equity lawsuit was carried out, the Tordo Fund would not be able to transfer funds on a large scale. Even the sale of fixed assets and large loans would have to wait until the lawsuit was over. Unless there were some business needs, the rest of the fund transfers would be monitored by the Judicial Department. It could be said that the Tordo Fund's biggest weakness in confronting Lawyer Macaulay under such circumstances was the amount of credit. Whether it was hiring a lawyer or filing a lawsuit, a large number of credits were needed to maintain it. In fact, when David entrusted Lawyer Macaulay, he did not ask Lawyer Macaulay to take back the Tordo Fund's shares. Instead, he asked him to delay the recovery process of the Tordo Fund. If the Tordo Fund was in a weakened state for a long time, other forces would help David attack the Tordo Fund. Previously, Badu Energy had declined in this way. However, when Lawyer Macaulay took over the case, he saw an opportunity for him to become the most famous lawyer in the Interstellar Federation. The Tordo Fund was huge, and its total assets exceeded 5 trillion. A lawsuit of this scale was rare even in the Interstellar Federation. Every lawyer that presided over a lawsuit like this would leave a deep mark in the legal system of the Interstellar Federation. As long as he won the lawsuit, he would become the top lawyer in the entire Federation. Therefore, Lawyer Macaulay was not fighting for David or Emma. He was fighting for himself. All of these advantages gave Lawyer Macaulay a lot of confidence. As for the connection between the shares transfer and the destruction of the Tordo satellite, as long as there was no direct evidence, even if everyone knew the connection, the shares transfer contract would not be affected. Sitting in the empty conference room, the CEO of Amherst looked at the 10 lawyers that stayed behind. Although the CEO of Amherst knew the answer, he still asked, "Are there any loopholes in these documents? Is the transfer contract authentic?" There were 500 lawyers, and each of the 50 lawyers were more capable than the 10 lawyers. How could there be any loopholes that could be detected by the 10 lawyers? One of the lawyers smiled bitterly and said, "President, we have reviewed the 6 transfer contracts. They were indeed transferred by the former CEO Bridges and the 5 shareholders. The electronic signature cannot be forged unless the person is willing to do so." The CEO of Amherst said in a deep voice, "You're also a veteran of the Tordo Fund. What do you think we can do to stop this lawsuit?" Questions related to the law still needed to be answered by lawyers. Hire lawyers, no less than 10. The lawyer hesitated for a moment, then changed his mind and said, 20 lawyers, as well as a large number of elite lawyers serving the 20 lawyers. In addition, ask the allies of the Erdo Foundation to intervene and influence the lawsuit together. The CEO of Amherst heard the lawyer's suggestion and waved his hand. "You can leave now. Let me think about it." The 10 lawyers left the conference room. The CEO of Amherst sat alone in the conference room. After a while, he opened his identity bracelet and found a name to contact. The CEO of Amherst said respectfully, "Desmond Transcendent, hello. I need your help." The CEO of Desmond Transcendent asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" The CEO of Amherst's heart sank. The CEO of Desmond Transcendent was a transcendent that was funded by the Tordo Fund. Although it did not become a Tordo Fund in the end, it had always been in contact with them. The CEO of Desmond Transcendent was the guardian of planet Kion. It had a lot of power in the government. However, the CEO of Amherst still told the CEO of Desmond Transcendent about the matter. It was obvious that he wanted the CEO of Desmond Transcendent to help the Tordo Fund with its influence in the government. The CEO of Desmond Transcendent was silent for more than 10 seconds. He seemed to be thinking about something before asking, "CEO of Amherst, do you know who your opponent is?" The CEO of Amherst did not intend to hide anything and answered directly, "Yes." The Tordo Fund had a conflict with Sniper Master David. The fund sent the CEO of Melville Transcendent to assassinate David but failed. He also died on the Guardian planet. This kind of thing could not be hidden at all. Since the destruction of the Erdo satellite, the related speculation had already spread throughout the Cater star sector. Perhaps ordinary people did not know, but the CEO of Desmond Transcendent must know very well. More than 7 Transcendent have died at the hands of Master David. What kind of reward have you prepared for me to help you? The CEO of Desmond Transcendent's voice was full of sarcasm. The CEO of Desmond Transcendent was well aware of his reputation. Not to mention the CEO of Melville Transcendent in the Cater Star sector, even the Transcendent of the Tordo Fund was no weaker than him. These Transcendent had all died at the hands of David. How would he dare to make an enemy out of David? Especially after experiencing many battles between David and the major organizations, anyone with a discerning eye could see David's character. He dealt with his enemies too straightforwardly and completely destroyed them. Perhaps it was because David was born in a war zone, but he didn't care about the lives of others. Every time he took revenge, it would be a massacre. This really frightened many people in peaceful areas, including many transcendents in peaceful areas. Chapter 4:18. Transcendent Desmond was one of the many transcendent who were frightened. He did not dare to make an enemy out of David, even if he had to resort to some underhanded means. He was not one of the transcendent in the war zone who could still maintain their courage and bravery while fighting the Zerg every day. Transcendent Desmond was living a very good life on planet Cayenne in the peaceful zone. He enjoyed his life and had not participated in any battles for many years. Just from the fact that David could infiltrate the Erdo satellite, one could tell that David definitely had the support of a powerful intelligence network. Transcendent Desmond believed that as long as he secretly helped the Tordo Fund, his fate would be no different from the Transcendent who had died at the hands of David. Provoking a sniper master, especially one who specialized in assassination, was definitely something that would give anyone nightmares. Transcendent Desmond, for the sake of our many years of friendship, please lend a hand to the fund. We only need some government support. Amherst's CEO made his final request. Transcendent Desmond ended the call in response. This also showed the most direct attitude of the Transcendent Desmond. After that, Amherst's CEO contacted many transcendent organizations related to the Tordo Fund and received the same response. David's reckless actions had truly frightened these organizations and Transcendent. Helping the Tordo Fund was akin to making an enemy out of David. Faced with such a choice, all the Transcendent organizations chose to refuse. The Transcendent's thoughts were very direct. This kind of share transfer contract might change because of their interference, and it was very likely that they would become mortal enemies once they interfered. No one wanted to put themselves in danger because of someone else's business. The next day, in the court of Planet Cayenne, a rare large share transfer case in the Interstellar Federation began to be heard. Even lawyer Macaulay found it strange. He originally thought that there would be some external influence when the case was heard on Planet Cayenne. That way, he could apply for a change of venue. However, things were not as he had imagined. The judicial system of the entire Cayenne Star was surprisingly fair. He didn't care about the Tordo Fund at all just because the Tordo Fund was the local tyrant of the Cayenne Star. Instead, he sped up the pace of the lawsuit, which was beneficial to Macaulay. In court, the Tordo Fund's lawyers kept retreating. Without any help and without much preparation, the Tordo Fund's lawyers couldn't resist Macaulay's attacks even if they tried their best. The Tordo Fund had only hired 3 lawyers. It wasn't that the Tordo Fund didn't hire any lawyers. They had contacted more than 30 lawyers. However, these lawyers were all smart people. After reading the relevant information, only 3 of them agreed to take the case, and this was on the premise that the Tordo Fund paid a lot of legal fees. These lawyers weren't afraid of the transcendent or powerful people, but they were afraid of David, a sniper master who killed without blinking an eye. You talked about the law with David, but David used the law to prove his innocence and casually took your life. Who could accept that? Of course, another reason was that the opponent was a group of 500 lawyers with 50 lawyers. Many of the lawyers in this group were familiar with each other. Lawyers who could be invited by lawyer Macaulay were undoubtedly the strongest lawyers in the Elydia Star Zone and Cater Star Zone. This made some of the lawyers not want to challenge so many elite lawyers, so they gave up on participating. In the courtroom, when the 3 lawyers saw their opponents, their faces were extremely ugly. The 50 lawyers were just sitting there, but it was enough to make people feel depressed. Even the judge carefully watched his words when he spoke, afraid that he would say something inappropriate and be discovered by these lawyers. The evidence was conclusive. After the death of the 6 shareholders, their rights and interests took precedence over the wills of the 6 shareholders. Without the intervention of a powerful force, the lawyers of the Tordo Fund quickly argued until they couldn't refute. For the first time, the judicial system of the Cayenne Star sped up. For such a big economic case, it only took 3 days to end the proceedings and enter the sentencing phase. Part of the reason was that the Erdo Foundation was unable to deal with it. As for the other reasons, no one knew. In any case, in the past 3 days, Macaulay had met with many important members of the Cayenne planet, including the Transcendent, Desmond. For the Cayenne Star, no matter who held the shares, whether it was the Tordo Fund or the Tordo Fund, the development of the Tordo Fund would be better if the shares were in the hands of the strong. In fact, if the Tordo Fund still had the Transcendent, this situation wouldn't have happened at all. They wouldn't even have the power to fight back. Without the Transcendent, who had the deepest interests, the Tordo Fund was like a toothless tiger. When attacked by Lawyer Macaulay, it lost its strongest claws and fangs. The 500 lawyers once again arrived in front of the Tordo Fund's building. This time, the 500 lawyers were even more imposing. The receptionist was about to speak, but she was stopped by Lawyer Macaulay. "We know the way. Pass down the order. We'll hold a board meeting in the conference room. All the shareholders have to attend," Macaulay said with a smile. His smile was filled with the joy of victory. The court's verdict was out. He had come this time to accept 70% of the Tordo Fund's shares and take back the corresponding right. "Okay." Perhaps it was Lawyer Macaulay's smile that affected the receptionist. She didn't even object and responded subconsciously. Lawyer Macaulay led 6 lawyers into the conference room. They were preparing to attend the board meeting. The 6 lawyers represented 6 companies, and Lawyer Macaulay was the general representative. The rest of the lawyers led the elite lawyers to investigate the entire Tordo Fund. With the court's verdict, the relevant permissions on Skynet had been changed. Under the authorization of Lawyer Macaulay, these lawyers could verify all the conditions of the Tordo Fund. This was also the reason why 500 lawyers were prepared. The huge Tordo Fund wasn't easy to investigate. If there weren't enough lawyers, it would take a long time. In fact, there was no need for Lawyer Macaulay to invite them. There were already small shareholders waiting in the headquarters. Soon, the conference room was filled with shareholder representatives. Some of the Tordo Fund's small shareholders were from other interests. They didn't object to the transfer of shares of the Tordo Fund. As long as the Tordo Fund could maintain normal operations and generate profits, it was fine. Of course, the objections of the small shareholders were useless. The 70% shares gave Lawyer Macaulay a lot of power. The CEO of Amherst also came. He sat at the head of the table with a gloomy face. The loss of shares meant that this would be the last time he sat there as the CEO. He didn't understand how the forced transfer contract was approved by the court so quickly. He could only sit there in humiliation and wait for the final moment to arrive. From today onwards, I, Macaulay, will be the representative of 70% of the Tordo Fund's shares. I will be the one to apply for the board meeting. Thank you for coming, Macaulay said with a smile. He had David's full power of attorney, so he represented David here. The small shareholders applauded enthusiastically without any intention to resist. This made the CEO of Amherst even more upset. As the representative of 70% of the shares, I think Amherst is no longer suitable to be the CEO. Let's vote by a show of hands, Macaulay said after the small shareholders finished applauding. According to the power of the representative of 70% of the shares, Lawyer Macaulay could directly impeach the CEO of Amherst, but he still chose to vote. He wanted the small shareholders to express their opinions so that the work could proceed more smoothly. Without any doubt, the impeachment of the CEO of Amherst was 100% approved. Mr. Amherst, you can't attend the meeting here anymore. Please leave. Macaulay gestured for him to leave. Amherst stood up and looked at the small shareholders. He wanted to say something, but he didn't. He knew he had lost completely. When he opened the door, he saw Creeb standing outside. Creeb used to be the vice president of the Tordo Fund. After Amherst took over, they suppressed Creeb and forced him out of the senior management circle. Now that Creeb was here, it was obvious that Creeb had taken over. When Amherst left the meeting room in a daze, Creeb walked in excitedly. Macaulay couldn't take over the management work himself. He was good at law, but he wasn't good at management. At the same time, he wouldn't give up his career as a lawyer. Therefore, he thought that David's choice of a manager of the Tordo Fund was the first to bear the brunt of it. After the joint investigation of 500 lawyers, Macaulay had a deep understanding of the Tordo Fund. Creeb had rich management experience and was familiar with the Tordo Fund. He was the best candidate to take over. I'm sure everyone is familiar with Mr. Creeb beside me. His management skills are unquestionable. I propose that Mr. Creeb take over as the CEO. Let's vote by a show of hands, Macaulay said with a smile as he pulled Creeb to the CEO's seat. The representatives of the small shareholders cursed in their hearts. Creeb was already in the CEO's seat. What was the use of their objections? However, the representatives of the small shareholders agreed with Macaulay's choice. Within the Tordo Fund, Creeb was the best candidate to take over the CEO's position and stabilize the Tordo Fund's development. Agreed. Agreed. The representatives of the small shareholders raised their hands and said, President Creeb, the Tordo Fund will be handed over to you from now on. You represent 70% of the interests of the 6 companies. I hope you will do your job well, Macaulay said with a smile. President Creeb was ecstatic. The power of the CEO and the support of 70% of the shares meant that his power in the Tordo Fund would be far greater than that of Amherst's CEO. This kind of power would allow President Creeb to do his best without any restrictions. Lawyer Macaulay, I will do my best to manage the Tordo Fund. Please rest assured. President Creeb said solemnly. No, you don't have to reassure me. You just have to reassure my client, Macaulay said as he patted Zhang Zian's shoulder. President Creeb wanted to ask who Macaulay's client was, but he knew that as long as he worked hard and achieved results, he would be able to meet his client one day. When David returned to the first college of Iridia base on the Guardian planet, Lek Transcendent had already returned to the college. Only the Transcendent Kenny, Transcendent Dunbar, and Transcendent Beecher were left at the college base. David went to the office of the Transcendent Kenny to cancel his leave. At the same time, he had to explain the situation of the Thunder Snake modified spaceship and ask the college base to take in the crew. Come in. David knocked on the office door. The voice of the Transcendent Kenny was heard. David walked into the office and saw the Transcendent Kenny, Transcendent Dunbar, and Transcendent Beecher. The 3 Transcendent looked at David strangely. It was as if David was different from before. Transcendent Kenny, I'm here to cancel my leave, David said after checking himself and seeing that there was nothing wrong with him. I know. You destroyed the Urtua satellite just because you were on leave. Looks like I can't let you go on leave next time. Transcendent Kenny snapped. Transcendent Kenny was angry that David did not even discuss such a serious matter with the college. The Urtua satellite. David was about to explain, but Transcendent Kenny waved his hand and stopped him. You don't have to explain. No one would do that except for you. But this is good. If any organization wants to trouble you in the future, they'll have to think about the consequences first. However, if you really have a grudge with them, I'm afraid they'll try their best to get rid of you. You'll have to be more careful in the future. Transcendent Kenny said. Transcendent Kenny, I brought my spaceship to the Guardian planet for my own safety. I'd like to apply for a Thundersnake modified spaceship docking base. David heard Transcendent Kenny's words and immediately said, Listen, wait for me here. I'd like to see what kind of spaceship can protect you. Transcendent Kenny looked at the two Transcendent next to him and said. The two Transcendent smiled. They were also curious about the spaceship that David had deployed to protect him. David had already prepared for this. He sent a copy of the configuration manual of the Thundersnake modified spaceship to the three Transcendent. Since the Thundersnake modified spaceship had to be docked in the hangar of the college base, the three Transcendent had to know about the spaceship's condition. Wow, a captain, 12 crew members, and 2 chefs. They really know how to enjoy themselves. Transcendent Kenny could not help but exclaim when he saw the configuration of the spaceship. From the size of the crew, he could tell that the spaceship was definitely not a small spaceship. With so many crew members, it was at least a medium-sized spaceship. Look at the weapons. The firepower is comparable to a frigate. He was even more shocked when he saw the configuration of the Thundersnake modified spaceship's firepower. Chapter 419. The modified Thundersnake ship received permission to dock in the Academy's hangar. At the same time, some of the Academy's facilities could be opened to the crew. This was a decision made by the Academy out of respect for David. David had also made arrangements for his subordinate. In the next few days, David rode the modified Thundersnake ship out to hunt insectoid. Although he couldn't find any rank 3 insectoids, the chances of finding rank 2 insectoids had increased. His points increased by nearly 1,000 every day. This brought him closer and closer to his goal of 50,000 points. The increase in points was only one of the results of David's past few days. Perhaps it was because he had solved the problem that had been haunting his mind, or perhaps it was because he had used 3 levels of strengthened meat consecutively, but he had finally become a peak-level soldier whose strength had reached the pinnacle. In terms of strength, he had reached the limit of his body. Before he obtained the power of the Transcendent, he wouldn't be able to increase it. When he reached this level, David finally understood what the Transcendent Garen and Fox Transcendent had told him. The pinnacle of Kaji was only the foundation for becoming a Transcendent. He still had a long way to go before he truly had the qualifications. At the very least, he couldn't feel the feeling of fullness that the 2 Transcendent had mentioned. It was the feeling of energy flowing through his body. David's strength and constitution had increased very quickly. Next, he would need a long time to carefully temper his body and let his strength and constitution completely fuse. If the body was a container, then strength and constitution that increased too quickly would be like stones stuffed into the container. Although the container was full, there was still a long way to go before it was truly filled. After that, he would have to sharpen the stones, making them smaller and smaller. The gaps between the stones would also become smaller and smaller until the stones turned into fine grains of sand. There wouldn't be a single gap left in the container. Therefore, even if David had reached the pinnacle of Kaji, he couldn't stop his spirit-forging metal body technique. Especially when it came to resources. At the very least, rank 2 strengthened meat couldn't be lacking. The better the resources, the shorter the time it would take to complete the task. Even though he had reached the peak, as long as he wasn't careful and didn't have enough resources, his years of cultivation might regress. A period of time after reaching the peak of the Armored Warrior level was the time when the Armored Warrior would consume the most resources. In the past, Kaji's lack of resources would only slow down his progress, but Kaji's lack of resources at his peak would directly affect his future development. It was the key to whether or not he could become a transcendent. Many Pinnacle Kaji had been stuck at the Pinnacle Kaji stage because they didn't make good use of this period of time and couldn't attempt to become a transcendent. Of course, the peak Kaji stage was also the stage of accumulating resources. When one's strength reached the peak of the Kaji stage, one could fully unleash the full power of the weapons in one's hand and the exoskeleton armor on one's body. The peak Kaji's combat power was at the peak of the Kaji stage. A Pinnacle Kaji needed to make use of their peak strength to prepare for their future advancement. It was common to see a Pinnacle Kaji stage crazily completing missions outside. This was their goal. Whether it was the Transcendent Potion, various treasures that increased the chances of becoming a Transcendent, or the large amount of resources needed to go through the transformation period, these were all things a Pinnacle Kaji stage needed to strive for. David didn't need to do this. He still had 7 bottles of Transcendent Potion, and various treasures that increased the chances of becoming a Transcendent. Because of his strength, he could exchange for resources at any time with his Academy point. Just as David became a Pinnacle Kaji stage and was feeling happy, another piece of good news came. On this day, David had just returned from hunting Zergs outside. He had just dragged down 3 level 2 Zerg corpses from the Thundersnake modified ship when he received a message. There was a galactic contact looking for him. Hopper, bring these 3 level 2 Zerg corpses to David. David immediately called for Captain Hopper and ordered. Although Captain Hopper had only been at the Academy base for a few days and had to go out with David during the day, he still knew many people in the Academy base. This was Captain Hopper's ability. Otherwise, when the spaceship arrived at a foreign place, without strong communication skills, it would be impossible to find supplies quickly. Yes, sir. Captain Hopper was also very happy to accept the mission. He could once again show his value. Every time Captain Hopper handled a transaction, David would receive more benefits than usual. However, David did not care about these small benefits, so David did not value Captain Hopper's ability. Captain Hopper hoped that through many transactions, he would let David know his importance. David walked into the Academy's exclusive galactic communication room. There were a few separate compartments here, so it was convenient for him to talk to people on other planets or even star fields. Master David, the task you entrusted to me has been completed. Lawyer Macaulay's voice came from the communicator. Lawyer Macaulay's voice was filled with excitement and satisfaction. Although he was now a famous lawyer in the Elydia star field, he was now very famous in the Cater star field. This was only the beginning. When the news of his successful lawsuit spread, he would become a famous lawyer in the Federation. After he arranged all the work for the Tordo Fund, he reported the results to David. Lawyer Macaulay, I'll have to trouble you to delay the recovery of the Tordo Fund. How is the Tordo Fund now? Has it lost much of its vitality? David had not been concerned about the Tordo Fund situation in the Cater star field recently. He had left the matter to Lawyer Macaulay because he trusted him. As long as Lawyer Macaulay could do some damage to the Tordo Fund during its critical time of recovery, then according to David's plan, the Tordo Fund would fall out of the ranks of the megacorporations. Master David, don't worry. The Tordo Fund is doing very well. It has recovered long ago. Lawyer Macaulay replied proudly. However, this answer filled David's mind with questions. He even suspected that Lawyer Macaulay had the task reversed. The Tordo Fund is doing very well? Did I hear it wrong? Or did you misunderstand? David asked. Master David, according to your request, I took back 70% of the Tordo Fund's shares. I also investigated the Tordo Fund and temporarily hired a president to manage the Tordo Fund. Lawyer Macaulay also realized that the two of them seemed to have misunderstood the matter, so he quickly explained. David was truly stunned. After all, he had never thought that he would be able to get the Tordo Fund's shares back. That was the Cater Star Field, and David was unfamiliar with that place. Even his friends in the Cater Star Field were only the Transcendent at the Cater Academy base. David could not ask the Transcendent of Cater Academy to help him just for credit. This would have a negative impact on the Transcendent, and David did not want to make things difficult for them. Lawyer Macaulay, I'm really impressed by your professional abilities. You actually won the case in that kind of environment. David exclaimed sincerely. No, Master David. Actually, you also played a part in this, and it was a very important part. Lawyer Macaulay waved his hand and explained. At first, Lawyer Macaulay really thought that it was because of his professional abilities that he led a team of 500 lawyers to win the case against the Tordo Fund's lawyers. However, after getting to know him better, Lawyer Macaulay realized that he had benefited from David's notoriety. Because of what happened on Erdo Satellite, there were no external influences in the process of this lawsuit. Some of the forces even wanted to express their goodwill through me. During the trial, these forces helped, and that was why we won so easily. Lawyer Macaulay said with a smile. Without Lawyer Macaulay's calm command and control, even with the influence of the Erdo Satellite incident, it would have been difficult to win the Tordo Fund. David complimented him. Master David, this is the information of the Tordo Fund's new CEO, Kreb. Take a look first. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, I'll immediately replace the CEO, Lawyer Macaulay said as he sent a document to David. David nodded. He received the information through his ID bracelet and immediately opened it. It contained all of CEO Kreb's experiences, including his grades in school, his performance at work, his expertise, and so on. There were even judgments about CEO Kreb. These judgments were made by many economic lawyers about CEO Kreb. There was no subjective speculation, only detailed data. This Kreb is not bad. Let him manage the Tordo Fund well. If he has any difficulties, let me know. David nodded and said, There is indeed a problem here. The Tordo Fund is short of funds now. Because the Tordo Fund's resistance was too weak, I only spent 500 million credits on it. I'm going to transfer the rest of the credits to CEO Krell, who will use them to restore the operation of the Tordo Fund. Lawyer Macaulay asked David. When David heard that the Tordo Fund was short of funds, it was different from the news he had heard before. Now, the Tordo Fund was his own, so it was completely different. He still had some pocket money with him, about 4 million credit. He didn't spend them much. Here are 4 million credits. Add the ones you have and let the Tordo Fund run well. David knew the importance of credits, so he directly transferred the 4 million credits to Lawyer Macaulay, who would then transfer it to CEO Krell. That's enough. CEO Kreb can relax a little, Lawyer Macaulay said with a smile after receiving the credit. He then asked, Do you need to use this opportunity to dilute the shares of the other shareholders to better control the Tordo Fund? It was unrealistic to inject capital into the Tordo Fund without any returns. Capital injection could be repaid in many ways. It could be a loan, an increase in capital, or a loan. Lawyer Macaulay gave his opinion in his capacity as a lawyer. Let CEO Kreb make the decision. Since he has been hired, he has the right to make his own decisions. You can tell him this. David didn't think that he had the ability to run a business. He believed that professionals were more suitable to make decisions than he was. I think CEO Kreb will be very happy to get such power, Lawyer Macaulay said with a smile. As long as CEO Kreb makes achievements, I won't be stingy with the rewards. David continued. Master David, there is one more thing that I need you to do, Lawyer Macaulay said, changing the topic. What is it? David was a little confused. What else could he do with the Tordo Fund? The conflict between the Tordo Fund and Cardo College was caused by CEO Bridges. Now that the major shareholder has changed, the conflict should be eased. Of course, you don't need to say too much. As long as you can make a connection, CEO Krieb can handle the rest. Lawyer Macaulay said. That's not a problem. I will find an opportunity to meet with Glenn Transcendent. David said after thinking for a while. When he disconnected the call, David was a little confused. When he had extorted the 6 Tordo Fund shareholders, not only him, but also the 6 Tordo Fund shareholders had not taken the so-called share transfer contract seriously. It had to be known that a mega-corporation of such a scale was involved in too many related forces. Unless David could settle all these related forces and the government, the transfer contract would be useless. However, David's brutal means made all the related forces reconsider whether it was worth it to make an enemy of David. In addition, Lawyer Macaulay's actions were too fast. While the related forces were still arguing, the transfer of the Tordo Fund's shares had already ended. David knew how big the Tordo Fund was. If it were not for the terrifying scale of the Tordo Fund, he would not have acted so decisively and directly killed all of its executives. For a transcendent corporation of the Tordo Fund scale, it would be very difficult to achieve any results if he wanted to take it slowly. David shook his head. He could not help but feel that his thoughts were a little laughable. Wealth was indeed important, but what was the difference between 200 billion and 5 trillion to him? No amount of credits could make him a transcendent. Becoming a transcendent required his own effort. Otherwise, those large financial groups would not have to cast a wide net to support geniuses everywhere. They could have trained their own people to become transcendent. Wealth could buy resources, which was very important for Kaji in the early stages. However, as his strength slowly increased, the use of credits also decreased. When he became a transcendent, the use of credits decreased to a very low level. Of course, whether it was Kaji or the transcendent, credits were also necessary if they wanted to live a better life. Those transcendent officials who became transcendent officials of the various forces became transcendent officials for a better life, or to repay the forces that nurtured them. For David, credits were more than enough. If 200 billion could not buy resources, 5 trillion could not buy them either. Chapter 420. The change of ownership of the Tordo Fund did not have much of an impact on the Guardian planet. Only the 3 Transcendent had some guesses about it, but they did not quite believe that David owned a mega-corporation worth 5 trillion credit. This was especially so when the Transcendent Kenny saw David in the morning. David was still wearing the exoskeleton armor and carrying a weapon on his back as he went out to hunt. He did not believe that David had so much wealth. This was because, after a normal person obtained a huge amount of wealth, they would naturally gain confidence, and that confidence would be supported by a large amount of credit. However, this was not seen in David at all. This morning, David did not go out to hunt. Instead, he took the Thunder Snake modified ship to Cater Academy's base. If there was anything different about him compared to before, it would be that when he left the Academy's base, he would take the Thunder Snake modified ship so that no one could find a chance to harm him. There was a saying on the Guardian planet that as long as David was controlling the Gaussian cannon, he would be the most powerful individual on the Guardian planet. The Federation did not reject the use of external items to increase one's combat power. Instead, they actively developed all kinds of auxiliary equipment to increase one's combat power. Therefore, David's ability to control the Gaussian cannon was also considered one of his combat powers by all the organizations. When he arrived in the sky above Cater Academy's base, David saw that the Cater Academy's base below him was completely different from before. The current Cater Academy's base was no longer an empty steel wall. A large number of auxiliary equipment and defensive missile launchers had turned the base into a war fortress. As he had contacted the Glen Transcendent before, the Thunder Snake modified ship was not stopped. After his identity was confirmed, he was guided into the hangar. As soon as David got off the Thunder Snake modified ship, he saw the Glen Transcendent standing outside the ship to welcome him. "Master David, welcome! We meet again, Glen Transcendent," David replied with a smile. He glanced at Glen Transcendent's left hand. Glen Transcendent's left hand couldn't see anything, but he could sense that there was no life in that hand. The Transcendent Glen saw David's gaze and smiled as he introduced his newbie. "This hand of mine was specially made for me by the Academy's Research Institute. It mimics the skin and has a bone made of grade 3 materials. Normally, I only need to use my consciousness to use it. It's as convenient as using my original hand. When I input the power of the Transcendent during battle, I can instantly crush the enemy's body." David saw that Glen Transcendent was in a good mood and was happy for him. However, no matter how Glen Transcendent explained it, cutting off the petrified left hand was a difficult decision. When did a Transcendent need to use his hands to grab an enemy? It was impossible to do so against a strong opponent, but there was no need to do so against a weak opponent. Therefore, Transcendent Gawain's words were just to express a relaxed attitude. The two walked to Glen Transcendent's office together. Along the way, David saw that the decorations had been completed and the academy was the same as before. "How is it?" The funds for the repair of the base were all paid for by the Tordo Fund, Glen Transcendent said as soon as he sat down in the office. Glen Transcendent was the Transcendent of the Cater star field, so he naturally knew about what happened to the Tordo Fund. Although there was no evidence, everyone confirmed that what happened to the Tordo Fund was done by David. This method was too familiar, it was David's style. Glen Transcendent also had some guesses as to why David came. "Does the base still need the Tordo Fund's funds?" David suddenly asked. Glen Transcendent was stunned when he heard this, then he couldn't help but point at David and laugh. Although David didn't admit that he was the one who changed the ownership of the Tordo Fund, he indirectly acknowledged his control over the Tordo Fund. The Tordo Fund, one of the top 50 corporations in the Cater star field. "I didn't expect this, I really didn't expect this." Glen Transcendent laughed for a while, then shook his head and sighed. "I didn't expect this either. This was an accident." David said helplessly. "I will mediate the dispute between the Tordo Fund and the Academy, but it's impossible for things to go back to normal. At most, the projects we worked on before can continue," Glen Transcendent said without waiting for David to make a request. In fact, the conflict between Cater Academy and the Tordo Fund was not a good thing for either side. Among the students of Cater Academy, there were many elite students who worked in the Tordo Fund because of the friendly relationship between the Academy and the Tordo Fund, and they had already reached very important positions. There was no way these elite students would give up their years of hard work for Cater Academy. If the Tordo Fund wanted to develop, it was impossible for them to bypass Cater Academy, which was the best academy in the star field. Now that the Tordo Fund had changed ownership, Glen Transcendent naturally wanted to resolve the conflict between the two parties. However, this still needed to be discussed with Principal Jonah, so he couldn't make a definite decision. "Sorry to trouble you. I owe you one," David said with a smile. "I'll remember this." Glen Transcendent also smiled. David and Glen Transcendent had a very harmonious conversation. They quickly changed the topic from the Tordo Fund to the situation on the Guardian planet. Glen Transcendent was dissatisfied with the actions of the two military Transcendent and said in a deep voice, "Recently, the two military Transcendent, Justin and Julius, have been quite active. They seem to be looking for something. Every day, a large number of scout ships are scanning the Guardian planet, especially the area we're in. It should be known that although the Guardian planet was a war zone, it was a planet that the Ministry of Education had forcibly taken away from the military. It was mainly used to obtain resources for the cultivation of geniuses in the various star fields. When there was a threat, the two military Transcendents' actions did not matter. However, now that there was no threat, the military's actions affected the privacy of the various academy bases. No one would want a scout ship to appear above their heads when they were hunting zergs. This was especially so since David had discovered a new krypton mine. The various academies had sent out people to search for new krypton mines. They did not want anyone to see this work. No wonder when I went out to hunt for zergs these few days, I would come across a scouting ship from time to time. David said in realization. My friends in the military said that the two transcendent, Justin and Julius, are quite unlucky. It seems like they were left on the Guardian planet for some reason and became the military transcendent here. It seems like they're trying to find something quickly so that they can leave the Guardian planet as soon as possible. However, they won't tell us what they're looking for. Glenn Transcendent was most annoyed by the fact that the military was so interested in the treasure. The fact that the military was paying so much attention to it meant that it was important. Glenn Transcendent's friends in the military were at least military transcendent level, even if they were not in the upper echelons of the military. David knew what the two transcendent, Justin and Julius, were looking for. However, the two military transcendent would not be able to find it even if they were given 100 years to do so. It was impossible for Han Shao to sympathize with the two transcendent. The first time he met the two transcendent, they were extremely arrogant. It could be said that the reason why Transcendent Glenn would criticize the two military transcendents was mainly because the arrogance of the two military transcendents had angered him. Glenn Transcendent was not the only one who was unhappy. The other transcendent was also unhappy with the two military transcendent. As a result, the two military transcendent could not get any support from the academies. Under such circumstances, they would be blamed for entering the range of the academies from the ground, so they could only do it from the air. On the second day after David met with Glenn Transcendent, Cater Academy and the Torto Fund met on planet Cayenne. Both sides had the intention to reconcile. Moreover, both sides had always cooperated in various aspects. Many people from both sides had good personal relationship. Now that the higher-ups wanted to restore relations, the negotiations between the two sides went very smoothly. In particular, the Torto Fund did not care about some of the costs at all. President Kreb knew very well that he needed Cater Academy's support. Although they were supported by David's fierce reputation now, no one could guarantee that after a long time, no one would forget about David's fierce reputation and do something. The Torto Fund did not have a transcendent at the moment, so their high-end combatants could not protect themselves. Cooperating with the Torto Fund again would prevent them from being threatened by other high-end combatants to the greatest extent. David did not ask about these things. He spent every day hunting insectoid. On the evening of October 25th, David sat in a hover transport vehicle. This hover transport vehicle was brought over by the Thundersnake modified ship. It was only used when moving large amounts of goods within the base. The main reason he used the hover transport vehicle today was because he had gained a lot today. Captain Hopper personally drove the hover transport vehicle. He could tell that David was in a good mood, and he thought it was because of the day's harvest. What he did not know was that David was looking at the points displayed on his identity bracelet. He had killed 6 Class 2 insectoids this time. If he sold all of them, he would have a total of 50,000 points. That way, David's first mission in the Academy base would be completed. He was naturally in a good mood. That was why David had come personally to make the trade. He needed to receive the points. He could no longer accumulate them like before. The trading area was at its busiest right now. Many students would return to the base at this time to sell their spoils. David, I'm here to take care of your business. David shouted as he came down from the hover transport vehicle and entered David's shop. Actually, David did not need to call him. David had already seen him. However, he was trading with a few students. Master David, please wait for a moment. I'll be done soon. David apologized to David. When the students saw David, they were a little cautious. They were still bargaining before, but now they did not even bother to bargain and immediately ended the trade. They were afraid that they would affect David's time. What's going on? Why are the medicine for injuries so popular recently? David looked at the students leaving and turned to ask. These students were probably from a Kaji team. They had bought 20 sets of emergency medicine for the Kaji battlefield. A normal Kaji team only needed to prepare a few sets of medicine. This group of students was a little too much. Not only did they buy the commonly used first aid medicine to stop bleeding, but they also bought some rapid injection gene therapy medicine. These were really expensive medicine. The price-to-performance ratio was much lower than the gene repair pod. A lot of students have been injured recently. They say that the Zerg's combat power seems to have increased, but they can't tell by how much. David replied as he counted the level 2 Zerg corpses that David had brought. David frowned. This was not good news. The increase in the Zerg's combat power might be due to other factors. He had not fought with level 3 Zergs recently. All he had killed were level 2 Zergs. Most of them were long-range snipers. Even close combat was a matter of one hit. He could not feel the change in the level 2 Zerg's combat power. He had been leaving early and returning late these days. He had not been paying attention to the news from the school base. However, the school should have known about this long ago. There was no point for him to worry. Including the points that were previously stored here, a total of 3,200 points. Should I pay you now? David asked David after he had finished calculating. Pay me now. When David heard about the points, he immediately forgot about the news and said with a smile. Nothing else was more important than increasing his strength. 50,000 points was a huge amount. If a student did not use a single point during their time in the school, they would not be able to save it. With such a high threshold, David had high hopes for the spirit-severing heavy axe technique. He had been stuck at the half-step perfect heavy axe technique for too long. This was his biggest hope to break through the half-step perfect heavy axe technique. Seeing that the points on his bracelet had reached 50,000, David's face lit up. The hover transport vehicle had already returned. David directly returned to his dorm. He was going to return to the school tomorrow to exchange for the spirit-severing heavy axe technique. On the way back to his dorm, he saw President Green hurriedly walking. David waved at President Green and President Green quickly walked over. Master David. President Green was extremely respectful to David and greeted him respectfully. President Green, the insectoids have recently become stronger. Is there any news from the student council? David had called President Green over to ask about the insectoid. The student council has been investigating for a long time, but they have not found anything. Recently, the military surveillance ships have been scanning intensively. If there was something, the military would have discovered it long ago. President Green replied with some hesitation. There's no need for any actual evidence. Tell me your guess. David could tell that President Green was hiding something, so he asked directly. President Green looked around and softly said, "The insectoids have become stronger this time." If there is no other reason, then it might be a sign of an insectoid wave. How is that possible? Didn't the insectoid wave just end? Didn't the insectoids in our region decrease a lot? David shook his head in disbelief. This rarely happens on the Guardian planet, but it happens frequently on the Warstar. According to the situation on the Warstar, once the insectoids become stronger as a whole, there will definitely be a large-scale insectoid movement. President Green replied. Because of his family, President Green had a deep understanding of the Warstar. It was precisely because of this that he suspected this. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.